Hi. Hey, look, it's day 150. I'm going to continue the work from yesterday, excuse me. I'm working on reducing journals to snapshots. And this is important as I set up this platform for this game I'm making in order to be able to back up game state, as well as keeping the journal size relatively small so that it's fairly quick and painless to start up new servers. So, without further ado, let me jump into it. So the plan yesterday was very ambitious. I basically just copied that plan, removed the front of the stuff that I already had done, and there's a little bit of fix-up to the plan today. So I've been working, so yesterday, just to recap, I've been working on making all of the game objects serializable so that they can be written to disk as a snapshot. Also transmitted to new servers as well, so that we don't have to replay the entire journal. We can just send one snapshot image, which should be a lot smaller than the journal. And a lot of that is explained in the Raft algorithm, which I'll link here. It is called log compaction. I believe it's chapter 7 of the white paper. So I did make all 4 of our current game objects serializable, and I had been working on adding code to the Executor to build snapshots. So I believe I got that done. It builds snapshots, it just doesn't do anything with them. Also, we're not actually using duplicate game objects like we need to. Hey there, Nui. It's kind of nice to see Nui, usually at the beginning of my stream. Thanks for watching. Alright. Yeah, so the idea of having duplicate game objects is important because I think I set it down here. Where did I say it? Did I delete it? Oh no, it was for today. Right, game objects used to prepare a snapshot may not be modified during snapshot preparation. And I'm already expecting snapshot preparation is a lengthy process and we don't want the game to pause. So that means we're going to have duplicate game objects. So I had the idea of having 2 parallel tracks, so to speak. So as soon as the Executor boots up, it should duplicate the existing game objects and then use those duplicates to build snapshots. So the process would be like the 2 sets of game objects would be both updated simultaneously during normal operation, but when the Executor decides to form a new snapshot, it's basically going to stop updating the snapshot copies, start making a snapshot, and then once it's done, so I have that done here, once the snapshot's prepared, we'll then play any journal entries from the snapshot point up to the present, so it's going to like fast forward, and only when the 2 journals match can we retire the old journal and start using the new one, which is shorter. Yeah, your timing is impeccable. You're always hitting here at the beginning, like within the first few minutes. So yeah, let me know, since you're a loyal viewer, let me know if there's anything I can do to improve the quality of the stream. Maybe explain more what I'm doing or explain less. I was thinking yesterday, I think I over-explain things because I don't get that visual feedback from the people who are listening to me to know if I've said enough. So I might try another tactic where I don't explain as much and then maybe rely on viewers to ask follow-up questions if I didn't explain anything well enough. The only thing I'm afraid of is people just like aren't satisfied with the answer and they just get frustrated and they just don't even bother asking a follow-up. They just leave. I don't want that to happen either. So just trying to improve the way I'm doing this streaming. All right, so let me look at the code to see where I am with the Executor because I'm not making duplicate objects, but I am making snapshots. I had a test here to make a snapshot and it passes. I should run these tests again. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'll make a change to the file and then undo it, save it, do a build, and then get that out of the way. That initial build of the day to load the cache from disk takes like over 30 seconds. I'm gonna do that while I'm not yet in the thick of things. Okay. I guess while we're waiting for that to build, I'll just look at the source code. Of course it's when I say that it's done. Okay. Let's run the tests. Make sure I didn't break anything. Oh, between streams I was doing some extra work. Mostly because I don't understand AWS's APIs, and so to help complete my understanding, I actually have to run it with real credentials. And so stuff I don't want to show on stream. But what I've added recently to that library, which is in my GitHub, which I'll link to here, is a new class called S3, and it has two interesting methods: list buckets and list objects. So a bucket is roughly the equivalent of a disk in Amazon Cloud, Amazon Web Services. S3 stands for Simple Storage Services? Hold on. Didn't I? Simple Storage Service. There we go. So bucket is roughly the equivalent of a disk, and an object is roughly the equivalent of a file. And so I have now completed this so that if you have an Amazon Web Services account and use this class and you call this function or this function, you can find out what buckets you have under your account, and then given a bucket, you can have it list the objects, which are the files that you have stored in that bucket. So that's cool. I'm going to be using that in my game server to, I should bring up my Trello to show that. Hold on. Before I finish that thought, let me get the Trello up. I'm working on that, not starting a sentence until I can finish it. Right, I have two items here where they're dealing with S3. So one is that the server, the cluster, is going to write the client-side configuration to an S3 bucket somewhere. And then we're going to read from the client that configuration from S3. This one is easier because what we can do is just set up an S3 bucket to be served through the web. So either you can set up a bucket directly in AWS to be a website, or you can configure a CloudFront distribution to deploy your S3 bucket files automatically to the cloud, or distributed around the world. So one way or another, I'll probably just have the client fetch the configuration through a HTTP and not bother going directly to S3, but just going through the web. For the writing, though, I'll be using S3 REST APIs. So that's why I'm building this up. So I have list buckets, list objects, and then the only thing I really need client to finish this for what I need for the server is a write object. So it's probably what I'll do next, and I'll be able to click that off. And then once I have that done, I can test it, test this with that, and yeah, it'll be fun. Be able to check two more things off the list. And when I get the stuff I'm working on stream done, I just have the legal stuff and then some diagnostic stuff, and I'll be ready to start doing game dev. That'll be fun. All right, we're done testing. Everything is passing. We're creating snapshots, and let me look at the code. Find out where the snapshots are done. Okay, here we go. So there is a make snapshot function. It's just forming the snapshot by calling all these. So these are the lengthy processes. So when the game has a lot of data, there'll be a lot of players in the game. There'll be a lot of tickets. These are going to be the two main, for now, big pieces. Later, when I actually have game data, there'll be more objects here representing the actual game world and the items in it, and that's probably going to start to dominate each snapshot as well. We'll see. It'll be fun. So right now, the game state, so to speak, is just this small limited set of things. All right. So the first thing I wanted to tackle, I think, was making duplicates. Yeah, duplicate game objects. So that involves having each game object implementing a clone method to perform a deep copy. So let's make a test case for something. I suppose we'll just hit each game object individually, right? So configuration first. So we have a serialize, deserialize. Now we'll add clone. And let's see, do I need an arrange, or is the setup sufficient? Setup sets these things, so yeah, I'll just do an act, which is to make a new configuration that's cloned. So const auto clone equals configuration.clone, which doesn't exist yet. And then the assert is that we get the same settings out. So pretty much the simplest test case I could make, right? I did it in just a few seconds. I just need to do that, and we're done. I think, as long as clone exists, so we're going to add that now. And I'm going to add it as just a method of configuration for now. We're going to make it part of the required interface, but if I do that now, then I have to add that to all 4 game objects. Would that be so bad? It's only 4 of them, so maybe it's okay. So it would be adding it to game object first. And let's just do that. Oh, hold on. If it's part of the base interface, then this will be the wrong type of object, right? Like if it is an iGame object, that interface only knows about itself, so it'd have to return an iGame object, but then we're using a configuration method. What if can I make it a template? If I made iGame object a template, it would work, right? But would that make it... If I made it a template, then you could never use it without providing a type to that template, an argument to the template. Is that okay? The way I'm going to do this later. I don't know. It feels like I probably want to keep this generic, so... An alternative would be, if I do it this way, I made it a shared pointer to an iGame object, then you could cast it. The shared pointer is in memory. And we can say clone. Clone is potentially an expensive thing, so what we'll do is we'll only clone when the server is starting up and hasn't yet started joining the cluster. Create and return a deep copy of the game object. Return a new deep copy of the game object is returned. So the effect of that is all of the derived classes need to override that now because it's pure virtual. So configuration is the first. Override. And then we have what? Mail queue is one. Mod queue. Players. Right, okay. So they have to have bodies. Configuration needs to have one here. So for now, we'll just return null pointer. Or we can do better than that. We can not deal in nulls. We can just say return make shared configuration, right? And it's not really a clone yet, it's just something to make it compile. So the same thing with players. I sure love that multi-cursor feature in VS Code. I'll be really unhappy if I ever have to switch to something else. Oh, you know who's scratching at the door? That means we're gonna have a face reveal for the creature who is scratching at the door. I'll be right back. Gotta go get the creature. Okay, guys, ready for a face reveal? The creature who interrupts my stream to be let in? Here we go. Say hi. Hello, Kitty. Hello, viewers. I am Kitty, who does not speak. Oh well. Go rest somewhere. Good kitty. Okay. Oh, his fur like comes off and floats in the air in front of me. All right. Kitty face reveal. Mod Q is next. And then male Q. All right. Now back to the test. Test, test, where art thou? Here. So this won't work because this is the wrong type. So this is the intent, is to do a static pointer cast to the correct type. Because we know what the type should be. Because we're asking a configuration object to clone itself, it should be another configuration object. And then because it's a pointer, I need to dereference when I use it. So there we go. Let's make sure that that builds and should not pass the test. Oh, it doesn't build. What did I do wrong? Member function already defined or declared. Oh. I guess I copied that twice. Oops. Does that make a noise when I move it? No? Okay. Looking at the volume meter in OBS, making sure that I'm not causing like bad sounds when I move the mic around. Now it decides to take 30 seconds to link. Alright, so I know that it's in configuration test, so we're going to run that. See it fail. It's the clone that fails because we get invalid JSON out. So let us implement it. Very quiet noise. No, nice. As long as it's not that like loud crackling or popping that sometimes get. If it was, I would just like not touch it. Mute it. I would probably mute it before moving it around like that. Okay. I suppose we will get the mutex just to be sure we don't compete with other threads, and then we're going to first make one, and we're eventually going to return it. And then I need to actually make the deep copy. So it's just copying settings and next settings, and I don't think we need to copy the subscribers at all. It has its own mutex and its own subscriber list. I don't think we need to worry about getting its mutex because nothing else can access it at this point. We're just going to make its settings, which is inside its impl, right? Settings equals our settings. And the same thing for the next settings. And that's how you do a deep copy. Done. Next. Let's make a similar test for the other three, shall we? Players. So I'm going to be able to leverage the fact that standard template library containers do most of the deep copying for me. Players. Players. All right. I had to do this because players were not comparable. Right? I guess I'll just copy this. It's pretty ugly though. It makes me think I should make players comparable. Like, as in, implement an operator equals. But I'd only really use it in these tests, so I don't think it's really that worth it. Okay, so what do I do here? Oh, I wanted both players to be in there, right? So I need to don't I need to add player 2? Or is player 2 already in there? Let's see. Depends what the setup does. Oh, they're both, no, player 1 is in there, player 2 is not. But okay, I get it. If I do that, player 2 will be in there. let's do the arrange to add player 2. And then this also, it also refetched player 1 because player 1 is modified by setup. Anyway, okay, then all of these players need to be changed to clone. Actually, hold on. It's a little bit more complicated than that, unless... Because that's a pointer. What if I make my life easier by doing a const auto reference? And just need another name. Clone ref. And then just do arrow clone. And then I can just replace players with clone ref. That way I don't have to put the arrow and then operator index and have it look ugly. I can just say clone ref. Cool. I like it. So this is in players tests. Run that. It fails. It makes the clone, but everything is basically empty. That's what I expected. Okay, so go to players. Actually, I can just control click that to get there. Here we go. So again, same thing. Const auto clone equals that. Return clone, and then in the mean between them, we need to do the deep copy. So I think it's the same thing. I don't need to duplicate that. It has its own subscription list. It's just copying the records, right? Yep. Couldn't be simpler. Clone impl records equals impl records. And I should get the mutex around the whole thing. Rerun that test. Wish we could figure out why it blanks all the previous run results and how we can prevent that. Okay, mod queue next, I suppose. Mod queue tests, which I want to rename tickets, not mod queue. Let's copy not players tests, but this one, configuration tests. Mod queue tests. Clone. Uh-oh. Kitty's declaring his unhappiness. Meowing. In a series of mournful meows. What do you want, kitty? Probably wants food. You'll eat when I eat. How about that? Alright, mod queue is cloned. What do we expect? I guess what I want to do is have the same kind of arrangement. Arrange some test tickets. Don't we have to add them? Yeah, we have to add them to the original queue. So make the clone, and I should be able to, extract those same tickets from the clone. Clone get all. There we go. There's the test. Mod queue test, it'll fail. Clone has no tickets, even though it should. Control click that, and const auto clone equals that. Return clone. So a little side note, by the way, you notice how I use const, but then I've been modifying stuff even though it says const. You can do that because the const applies to the pointer, not the thing it points to. So what the const lets me do is avoid doing something like this, like making another one. If I try to do that, it'll complain saying, oh, you're trying to modify clone, and clone is const. But it doesn't prevent you from calling a non-const method, like add. I can do that all I want. Because it's not the mod queue that clone points to that's const, it's the clone itself. I hope that makes sense to people watching. I think it's a good idea to try to make everything that you can const within scopes that are small, like functions. When you're talking about methods of classes and larger constructs, const can get a little bit more tricky because you could initially think, sure, I don't need it to be const, or I think it should be const, and then later you'll have a problem where, oh, this thing is const, but I need to call this method that I never thought about making const, or the other way around, right? Um, I made it const to begin with, but there's actually a side effect where I have to change the object, and so it takes a little bit more thought. But within these limited scopes, I think it's a good idea to always try to make stuff const. And if usually you can get it right the first time, where like I know this pointer is only going to be pointing to one thing, so it might as well be const. And then it just helps to avoid mistakes where you accidentally change it and you didn't mean to. The compiler will tell you right away. Hey there, Chris. How's it going? Mr. Sir, indeed. You're about to lose it. Oh no, playing with skizzers. More PHP woes? More, what are we calling them? Bad code authors from the past haunting you? Or is it something else, playing with skizzers? Let us know what your woes are. I felt bad you were having such a bad day yesterday. And there's like nothing I can do about it other than to try to make you laugh, which is one of my secondary goals here. Hey there, Pollux. You guys are all coming in because it's 10 a.m., right? I tricked you. I started early. I've been going for 26 minutes. Getting all my work done before you guys come in. Just kidding. Hey there, Nitro Beast Productions. I like that name. You spent 3 hours debugging an issue. Okay, yeah. Let me guess. The issue didn't really exist. Or the cause was something someone else did stupidly. Or you haven't found the answer yet. One of those things, right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Okay, anyway, I'm making a deep copy of ModQ. And ModQ doesn't have much in it other than this. Okay, this actually has something I do need to clone as well as the map, because if I don't clone that, then we'll overwrite old tickets. So there are two things I need to copy here. So clone impl tickets is the original tickets, but I also need to copy the next ticket ID. Next ticket ID, and do the same thing I'm doing on these other methods to make it thread safe, just in case. This should make my test pass. Yeah, this is the server backend stuff. So I actually have a demo ready, if you'd like to see it, to demonstrate what I'm doing on a smaller scale. Would that be helpful? I have this all ready to go today. We'll run it because, hey, why not? It's fun. So let's see, which window? Okay, let's make this one the backend. So the backend stuff is kind of hard to show in one screen, but for this small mock-up, it's not so bad. I can show a couple aspects of it. There is an entity component system, and the systems of the game are all in Lua. So this function is called every game tick. The game runs at 10 FPS, just for testing. So every game tick, we're going to run each of these functions. Each of these functions is a game system that does some aspect of the game, like the pickup system detects if you're picking up an item. The hunger system subtracts from your health over time. The AI moves all the enemies, that kind of thing. And that has all the logic of the game, and all the data are in these components. Like health has your hit points. Position has X and Y. So the backend has all of that, and will communicate with the front end through WebSockets. So that code looks like this in game. What's a place to show that would make sense? I think it would be this. Oh no, this is when a new, okay, game is when a new connection comes in. So where's a new connection come in? Right. So when we, this WebSocket delegate is a function that's going to be called every time a new WebSocket connection comes into the server. So every time one comes in, we're going to make a new game, and we're going to set up a function to be called when the game is done. Basically, it removes the game from our list of games, and then we're going to start the game. And starting the game assembles the level, and it sets up delegates. Again, delegates are like callbacks to be called if the WebSocket is closed, we will do one thing. If a message comes in from the front end, we'll do another thing. So for example, when a message comes in from the front end, we'll look at the type of the message to decide like what we need to change. So fire is the message if I press one of the fire keys, like throwing my weapon, right? Move is when I touch a movement key or release a movement key. So these hook directly into the input component for the hero to set what key we pressed and whether or not we've already moved this tick or not, if we released the key or not. There's also you can use a potion with the spacebar, so that will turn this flag on. So that modifies the components of the game so that when the game systems run, they'll do the action based off of what's in the input component. So I've done all the boring explanation. Let me show you how it runs. Because you want to see it run, right? Okay, that would be where. Go to that and then do build backend, run the backend. Okay, so the backend is running, and then I have the front end set up to run here. So let me open up the debug window. I'm gonna want to show that in a second. So this is the front end of the game. It's how you see what's going on in the world, how you control it. This mock-up I did in a couple days, like 5 days. It's modeled off of the Atari game Gauntlet. It's just a really small scale version of what I'm trying to make this larger multiplayer game, right? So you can move around the game world, you can interact with it, you can fight enemies, you can pick things up. I can hit spacebar to use my potion there. I can destroy this monster generator if I want, although then it becomes very lonely on this level, or I can just escape. So what was going on there between the front end and the back end, it was all WebSocket communication, and it's actually still going even though I exited the level. But I can click on any of these messages to see either something that the back end sent to the front end or front end sent to the back end. The green ones are front end to back end. So when I hit the K key to move down, that message was sent to the server. And then every game tick, the back end tells the front end what to draw. So what health to draw, what sprites to render. So the very first message from the back end will be every single sprite in the game, including all the static ones. So that's the entire level, 15 kilobyte message. And then from then on, it's just diffs. So these game ticks, nothing happened, right? On that game tick, sprite 2, 3, and 208 moved. 2 was a monster moved, another monster moved, and yeah, third monster moved. So yeah, it's pretty simple. It's easy to debug because all the traffic between client and server are through text messages in JSON format that we can individually click in the debugger. We can see at the exact moment it was sent or received, how long it was, and then look at the contents to see if there's any bugs. And the front end is, I'm going to try to keep it simple, so it's tiled 2D pixel art with some basic controls, and you'll interact with players through this interface. So that's my demo spiel. So one of these days I'll have to highlight that and put it on its own little YouTube video to link to. Let me go through chat and see if you guys had any questions. Okay, I'll get to playing with scissors wall of text in a second. Just kidding, playing with scissors. Gauntlet was one of your addictions growing up. You even had a Gauntlet arcade cabinet. Oh, you did? Little secret. I still have one. It's in the other room. You wanted to make your own ORM. You're talking about playing with scissors, right? Insert question here. Yeah. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. How's it going? Did you see my demo, Mr. Muffles? If not, I should just go back and highlight that part of the VOD because I think I did a good job explaining it just now, and I should not have to repeat that a million gazillion times, right? Okay, no questions on the demo. Let me get to playing with scissors thing. Doing a migration instead of using mapper to get the relationship between objects. The stupid ORM that you're looking creates a new instance that extends is a child the table definition when it tries processing the relationships instantiates them, but it tries to get the current value to do the joins. But since your functions are strongly typed to return it, the whole thing crashes because they return null. Oh, that just sounds painful. Should we look at the diff? I'm not going to understand most of this. I can just look at it and say, ooh, PogChamp. Oh, it's that simple? That's the fix? Not that I understand this. It's obviously PHP. Entity name relations. So you're going to an object and calling a method directly rather than going to some, I guess this is some kind of static thing? I don't know. I don't know anything about this. I just have to marvel that you found a fix and it's in one line. These PHP programs are triggering you. Well, playing with schedulers, this just happens when you have to interact with other people's code. You have to grow a thick skin. I hate to say it. Otherwise, the breadth of jobs that you can do and your ability to work in a team are just going to suffer. Notice the new entity. Oh, is that what it does? Okay. I don't know enough about PHP, so I'll take your word for it that what it was before creating a new one, and now you're not creating a new one. You're saying new entity. I don't see the new keyword, so I just have to assume. Is that what this is? This is a constructor making a new entity? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't understand this well enough. Okay, I keep closing it. I should just keep it open since you're still talking about it. Line 9. Oh, there's the new. So entity is a new thing. Oh, I see. They're taking the new entity and passing it in there, and then everything is null because nothing's set up. So then, can't you remove line 9? Is entity used anymore? So why didn't you remove line 9? Maybe maybe entity is used elsewhere in the code and we just don't see it. Here, I'll just minimize that in case you want me to look at it again. You don't have to shut up about it. I just don't understand it very well. That'd be a good overview video. Yeah, I'll have to remember what time are we at? 37 minutes. So I'll go back through and highlight around like the 20 to 25 minute mark, where I showed a demo of the prototype mockup. Let me do that. Entity is used further down the code, but it doesn't show up on the diff. Okay, but isn't that going to cause you other problems since entity is a new thing? Huh. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's a good summary. Oh, yeah, that was me. You forgot that it was you? I do that too. I look at something, I'm like, who wrote this? Oh, I guess I did. Yeah. Okay. Enough of the mock-up here. It actually crashed, but we don't care. It's just a mock-up. Who cares if it crashes on exit, right? All right, so yeah, what I'm doing today is trying to take changes to the game state and consolidate them into snapshots, because right now the game state will just be a sequence of changes, and that sequence can get really, really long over time. Let me try to find this again. That's on our stage. So here's what the state of the game looks like. It's a sequence of changes, and ultimately it has things like creating accounts. So there's creating a player account. There's logging in and out, sending emails, and eventually it'll have everything the game will have, like moving around, picking up items, spawning monsters, all that kind of stuff. And you can imagine with the game being active and every single thing you do in the game being a new line to this journal, it's going to grow really fast. Whenever a new server is added to the cluster, it has to replay the entire journal, so that could take a long time. So I'm working today on what they call log compaction, which is described in the Raft consensus algorithm, which I'm using. And the idea is that you take all of these diffs, essentially, and just apply them to the game objects, and then just serialize the game objects out to a file. And you just replace, like, for example, this is 100 changes to the game. It will be replaced by one slightly longer line, which just has the last or current state of all the game objects. And then the history of things that happened before, like if someone moved to the left and then moved back to the right, those would go away because the net effect was 0. There might be some side effect, but you record that separately. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm doing log compaction, making snapshots. So I did snapshots yesterday, and now I am working on cloning objects because I anticipate that making snapshots will be slow and we don't want to hold up the journal. So what I'm going to do is have basically 2 parallel tracks, and they'll be, let's see if I do this right. They're tracking each other, and then we decide, oh, this one's going to start making a snapshot. So he has to stay where he is, and then the main game will proceed down. And then the snapshot's done, he'll quickly fast forward. Because playing journal entries is quick, but making snapshots is slow. We hold up the clone while we're making a snapshot and then fast forward it. Once they match, we can retire the old journal, or maybe hold it for backup. That might be nice. And then the new journal, which is much shorter and starts with a snapshot, becomes the main journal for the game. And we move on. And every server in the cluster will do this, probably independently. And whichever server is the leader is the one that will basically pass to any followers its snapshot in case the followers are really far behind. So yeah, every server in the game has the same state right now. In the future, they might start from different snapshots, so the state will be slightly different, but the indices that we use in the log should be the same. Right now, the indices happen to be the line numbers. So in the future, they won't be, because we'll be truncating the log, starting with a snapshot. So it'll be a little bit more difficult to compare them. Right now, I can just diff them and see that they're always identical, which means that we didn't have a bug. If there's ever a diff between these journals, we have a bug. The whole point of that raft consensus algorithm was to get every server to have the same state of the game, essentially. And the reason why we do that is for fault tolerance. If any of these servers goes down, we have 3 servers here. If anyone goes down, there's still 2 left up that we can talk to, and we don't lose any information, because everything is replicated immediately. All right. Need to take a big breath after that explanation. Where was I? I don't know. So let me run my test and see where I was. I think I had just gotten mod Q. This is the ticketing system. So if someone reports an issue, or someone flags a player for inappropriate conduct, a ticket gets created. And so this mod queue, I'm going to rename this tickets probably. The tickets will hold persistent information about that, and that's what we need to be able to clone and snapshot. Okay, so I think that was done, and I was going to move on to mail queue, which is the last one. Mail queue tests, right? Yeah, we don't have a clone test for that yet, so let's make one. Copy from configuration, so that I don't have to retype the boilerplate stuff. So the idea is we're going to clone the existing mail queue and then check to make sure the clone has the same information as the original, which means I have to actually put information in it. So that's what I'm going to do. Like one of these other tests sets up 2 emails to queue from 2 different senders, and then we clone the whole mail queue, and then we're going to basically expect the same. Where do we do this? Oh, I guess I have to replicate these 2. Yeah, we have to give them different ID codes. Their serial numbers. And then for the mail queue in general, we record when we can send the next mail, because it's all rate limited. And I guess this is the same expectations. Expect the same of the clone. So that same time next email may be sent should show up in the clone. So this is all clone now. Actually, it's including the dot as well. Clone arrow. So the clone should have the same of everything. Should have 2 emails in it. Should have 16 and 85 in there. Okay, so that's the test. So this is going to fail because I write the test first. Mail queue. I want to see that it fails the way I expect it to fail. Oh, it didn't fail. I'm running the wrong thing. Mail queue. There we go. So clone failed. It's going to say things like the time wasn't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was 0. There weren't 2 emails. There are 0 emails. So it's because we're not actually cloning anything. The control click in there, and then looks like the mail queue doesn't actually have any mutex yet. Hey there, 85 filter. 85 is immortalized in my code, in my test framework, by the way. I wonder where I got that number. Gee. Okay, you see, I don't have any mutex protecting this. I don't think I need one. Okay, I'm just going to replicate the emails and the time. Map is kind of cool in C++ because it supports deep copy. Actually, wait a minute. This is a problem. I can't deep copy it because these are using shared pointers. We'll end up having the clone and the original. It's not truly a deep copy, so I need to do something more elaborate. Do I have the same problem in modq? Whereas I guess modq, it's a full class, so it's hidden away here. Now those are not shared, so no problem there. Okay, so mailq is going to be a little bit more difficult. So we're going to const auto clone equals, so we make a clone, and then we can copy some aspects of this. The time can be copied directly. You have a question. Do you need to install Visual Studio to do? No, you don't. You can do Visual Studio Code as long as you have some kind of tool chain and a build system in place. So, for example, not that you have to do this, but I use CMake, and with that installed along with the CMake Tools plugin, I get this little thing on the bar at the bottom where I can pick the kit. So if I wanted to, I could switch to Clang and I don't need Visual Studio. So if I had GCC and it detected it, I could probably also pick it here. You have to have some kind of tooling like CMake or something else that knows how to find and invoke those tools, but it doesn't have to be Visual Studio. I have it not on my real to-do list, but in my back of my head, I'm thinking I should probably find a second alternative to CMake so that when people ask, how do I set up a build system in VS Code? And if they tell me that they hate CMake, that I can have a backup plan. Because right now, all I have to say is, well, I use CMake. Here's the extension. If you don't like it, oh well, I can't help you, I guess. But there are other plugins out there. I just don't know of them. I mean, like, if you wanted GNU Make, there's probably a GNU Make plugin, right? And then you would probably have something similar where you can just tell it where you have installed GCC or Clang, and then it would just work. Sure. No problem. You guys let me know if you ever find something like that, and I will look into it. And yeah, Mezen, I've heard of that. That's another build system, right? There's lots of build systems out there. I'm sure there are plugins for VS Code for them. If there aren't, you could probably get famous making one. What do you think about Atom? I actually never got into Atom because I was using Visual Studio for the longest time and then Xcode on the Mac. And I know Atom was around for a while, but when I started looking for alternative IDEs, VS Code was already out there, so I just jumped to that. And I stayed there mostly because everyone else I know is moving to VS Code anyway. So I'm like, I don't need to look at Atom. It's before my time. Not that Atom playing with scissors. The one with the T. Anyway, yeah. So I got to avoid all the, I guess based on your perspective, either the nice experience or the pain of ATOM. Why are people moving to it? I think, well, for example, I moved to it for the reason I have in my command here. I really like the fact that the UI is the same. This experience is pretty much the same between all three major OSs I use. I love that. In the past, I hated that I had to move to, like, I don't know what I was using, like Emacs or some weird piece of shit, or VI. And when I moved to Linux, because there was no Visual Studio. I was so used to Visual Studio and I had to move to Linux, I hated it. But now VS Code's the same. So I'm much happier. That's probably why, if I had to guess why people move to it. Also, this just got a metric ass ton of extensions. Anything that you can think of that you might use an IDE for, there's probably a plugin for it somewhere. All right. That test is right. Okay, failing because we weren't cloning anything. Now we're cloning that, and then I have to be careful about what we clone here. And it is described in the header file. Right, this map has shared pointers in it, so we can't do that. I had to basically iterate the old map and form the new map from the old map. So that would be like this for const auto, what are we calling it? Mails, so emails entries. Emails entry in emails. Clone emails. index emails entry dot first. That's the key. Equals, and then I have to make a new command from the old one. I don't think I have a copy constructor. So let's make a command clone. Let's make one of those, right? Command clone is make a new commands queue mail, right? That's the kind of command that the mail queue holds. And then, actually, you know what I can do? I can kind of cheat. I can serialize and then deserialize. Because that has a constructor that takes a string, or it takes a JSON value, and then encode gives me that same value. So I can encode the original and pass it to the constructor of the new one. So I can say emails entry arrow or dot second encode. There we go. And it shouldn't be too expensive because I believe this encode just returns. Oh, it does do a bunch of stuff. Well, clone isn't supposed to be fast. It's only done once when we start up anyway. You don't want us to talk about, no, you don't, we don't want you to talk about Atom because of your many best, as long as you don't have PTSD from it. And if so, I'm very sorry. Well, yeah, I maybe I lucked out and didn't have to deal with Atom. All right, let's run the tests again. Mail queue tests. Yay, green light. Green light. I'll just leverage Atom135 that runs the emotes and say I'm passing. Yay. Post tooling stress disorder. Hey, that's a good one. Use Visual Studio for desktop environment, but Hackathon, that's coming up, you'll have to use Node. Oh, well, use whatever is comfortable for you. Try out Atom, try out VS Code, see what you like. Everyone's experience is different. Okay, so let's check this in. All right, so I've added the clone method as a required interface method of all game objects. Right? And I commented it, correct? I did the right thing? Yes, created deep copy, okay. And then we implemented there, there, and there, 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 and there. Those are the tests for it. Nice and clean. So add iGameObject clone. No, don't push. Commit. There we go. Good git. Pat the git on the head. Good git. Push that. All right. Next. What's next? Okay, the executor has to actually clone everything when it starts up, right? So let's do that. How would I test that, though? How would I test that the executor actually makes clones? I guess what we do is we make a test where we tell it to start making a snapshot, and before it's done, we try to add another command. But then how do we avoid a race with the worker thread? I don't know. Did I alias get GC? No. I just ran it because if I don't run the garbage collector, get GUI, which I'm kind of just... I wish I could get away from using this because it doesn't have a dark theme, but I haven't found anything that I like that's better. But it pops up this annoying pop-up if there are a lot of garbage things, and it says, oh, you should run the garbage collector. I don't know how to get rid of it, other than running get GC before. Who wrote all the requirements that I'm following? I did. I'm writing my own requirements. So these requirements could be wrong. And you guys will tell me if I'm wrong, right? I can trust you guys. Actually, I'm not joking. I've gotten a lot of feedback from viewers telling me when things are looking good and when things are maybe problematic. So these are all the requirements that I came up with in order to, what I think will safely create snapshots without causing a bottleneck in the game running. So having two parallel sets of game objects and using one set to make snapshots and then have it catch up later, and then while the other set is the working set. That's just my set of requirements, so I don't know. Let me know if I had made a mistake anywhere. So it's gonna be difficult to test this because the worker thread has its own thread, and it doesn't. There's no way for me to tell it to pause unless I put in a test hook to do that. Actually, why can't I? I could put in a test hook. What if I had some kind of test where I just told the worker thread, you're not allowed to run for a while. You have to wait for something, and then I just add another log entry, and then maybe another test hook. No, I don't even need a test hook. There's a callback when the snapshot's done. I can see that the snapshot doesn't have the second log entry in it. That's what I can do. Yeah. Your fix doesn't actually fix it. It just makes it so no relations are detected. Can't have bugs if you don't have code case. I'm missing a bunch of context, though, playing with scissors. I wish I knew more about PHP. I could understand more from your code. I'll just trust you. I can trust you. You're the only PHP developer I know who I can trust. Actually, that's not true. CM Griffin also does PHP, right? So I can trust him too. But besides you two, I don't think I can trust anyone else on PHP. Let's see. Executor is what I'm looking at next, right? So executor tests. Well, that's more than me. I don't do any PHP. And I thought PHP was bad because of what I read on the internet. Because everything you read on the internet's completely accurate and up to date, right? Then Playing with Scissors said, oh no, that's just old PHP. Used to be garbage. Now the new PHP is not so bad. Okay, there. My set is just doubled. I can now trust 4 people. If EJ barely does anything, I immediately trust him. If Adam does it, of course. So that's 4 people. Should I trust Pollux? No, you do 0 PHP. Can't trust you. I can't trust myself in PHP. Can't trust you on PHP if you know 0. You don't know it according to your internal skills tracker? I see. Well, you should keep it on your resume at least. Might as well pad that resume with everything you can, right? Oh, he did it in PHP? I always assumed he did it in Node for some reason. Maybe it's just because he does Botland all in Node. Ski might have done it too. The requirements that I follow shows users a summary of the steps. It's much easier for someone to find an issue or a missing part than reading it from your brain. So are you saying that it's good that I wrote this up in notes? Because that was sort of half the intent here, is someone looking at my stream, not understanding what I'm doing, could at least look at my plan and get an idea of what the requirements are from like maybe a perspective that is a little bit understandable. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, well, let me know if there's anything in my notes that doesn't make sense. I want to fix that. If I'm okay if you can't understand my code, because a lot of people just don't know C++. And also, this is a pretty complex system, right? I got a lot of components interacting with each other, but I at least want my notes to be readable. So if there's any point, let me know. You know a guy who will defend PHP till his death? That's fine. I just don't know it. Oh, it's hosted somewhere that only has PHP? Okay. So wait a minute, but Botland's in Node. Oh, I get it. He can do Node stuff because the game servers actually aren't on bot.land, they're on AWS somewhere else, right? That makes sense. Is Juicy? I think CPP is warty. Can CPP both be warty and juicy at the same time? That conjures some disturbing images, but I like to call C++ warty because it's got a lot of syntax that's grown over the years that has become an impediment sometimes and makes it look not so clean. And you can't get rid of it though because there's just so much code out there that relies on it. You just can't take things away from a language when you have like millions of lines of code out there that would break. Played up on it. Okay, that makes sense. So if you put something on the main site, it has to be PHP. Okay. All right, so I'm going to make a new test case that will make sure that the snapshots are done using a clone. So snapshots built from clones. And let's see. I'll make the interval 1, which will trigger a snapshot right away on the first command. So I think we're playing with something here. Mod events. So adding a ticket to the ticketing system is what we do. And I don't need a loop, do I? I just need 2 of these. You know what I'm going to do, because I've done this twice now in 2 different tests, is I'm going to take this and make it a helper. I'm going to make it a helper function. That seems smart to me. So that's going to go into a help. All the helpers in the test framework go as member functions of this fixture. This is the fixture. You can tell because it's inheriting from Google Tests base class for fixtures. And you get for free these setup and teardowns, which are called at the beginning and ending of the test. And then besides that, you can put whatever you want for other methods that can be helpers. Hey there, Cthulhu. How's it going? You think that guy's EJ? Ooh, which guy? Oh, EJ defends PHP? Well, then I'll have to drop all of my prejudices against PHP, because if EJ will defend it, that's good enough for me. All right, so this is going to be called add test command. It doesn't really matter what the command has in it. It's just that it is a command that gets published by the journal and committed, and that we tell the executor to go process it. So I button that up away. In fact, I can even cement the deal by just not looking at it anymore. And we can just call it from all the places that I use it, which is down here. The new tests. So this can use it here. I don't need this stuff. Although I will want to grab the snapshot, right? Hold on, no, wait a minute. I don't actually, no, I do care. I do care, right? So I'll have what I expect to be the mod queue serialization. And what am I going to put that in this vector like I did before, or just hold on to it? I think I just need to hold on to it. So I don't need to push anything back. I can just say that that is an auto. Expected mod queue serialization singular is that. I can get rid of this vector and snapshots I don't care about anymore. Okay, we're going to have to put EJ on the spot then. We're going to have to sit him down in a metal chair, strap him to it, put a spotlight on him and say, EJ, are you willing to defend yourself to the death on the question of whether PHP is a good language or not? And then we'll just have 3 cameras on him from like different angles so we can get a 3D recording of it and see what he says. How about that? Good idea? Once and for all, is EJ willing to defend PHP to the death? I don't know about that. Because it's just a language, isn't it? Recorded in triplicate. Okay, I don't need this, right? We're not going to get a snapshot. I don't care about how many snapshots there are in this test. Okay, yeah, I was going to put that up here as well, right? So that replaces that. This ugly code can go away. Correct? I think so. I should run that to make sure that that test didn't fail. Oh, it's not going to build though. Let's remove this. Actually, this final expectation is really just that that is the snapshot, right? So the snapshot is what? Oh, snapshots is recorded in the test fixture whenever we get a callback, right? Yeah, this on snapshot. So where do we set up on snapshot again? Here we go. So when this callback happens, we actually push it to a vector. So I can say snapshots 0 as long as I assert that we got 1 snapshot. Snapshot size. Okay, but now I have to do a little bit of trickery here because what I wanted to do is this. do a second one, but that'll cause a second snapshot because I have the interval at 1. What I want to do before this is like prevent the worker thread from actually making a snapshot somehow. So some kind of test hook. Executor dot, I don't know, something like pause snapshots or something. And I should probably resume them. I don't want to lock things up, so you know what I'll do? I'll have in teardown, just in case it was paused, I'll have resume. And those will be test hooks. So special methods that we only call from the test framework to help. This is basically just to try to recreate a race condition of a sort where we add a second command. We want that second command to be issued while we're still making the first snapshot. I guess that means I have to pause it beforehand, right? I don't need that wait. I'm going to just do that. So pause snapshots. This will start making the first snapshot. This will, what is this doing? Oh, that is getting what we expect to be in the snapshot. And then adding a second command should generate a second snapshot, but we paused the first one. So at that point, we can do all these expectations, and then the teardown will resume it so we don't block that worker thread forever. That should be good, right? So here's what do we expect. This singular here goes there, right? And everything else is kind of boilerplate, although this is important. That increments every command. So if it says 1, that means the snapshot only had 1 command in it. That's essential. How come this isn't compiling here? Undeclared identifier. I think that's old. If I compile, that'll go away, right? Yeah, okay, good. So we just need to implement these test hooks. Executor dot HPP. So this is also a test hook. I should probably mark that some way. I marked that in another class a special way, didn't I? In coordinator? Didn't I have like a comment saying everything below here is for testing? Yeah, there we go. Let's do the same thing. Everything below this is for testing only and may be removed during compilation. This may be removed during compilation. I'm thinking about having if-defs, which is conditional compilation, so that when I make the release build, it just doesn't even have those methods at all. Then if I accidentally use the test hook in production, it just won't build. All right, so I need what? Pause snapshots. And the other one was like resume snapshots, yeah. Okay, let's document them. Set up the worker thread for a fall, right? Now set up the worker thread to block before making the next snapshot, before starting the next snapshot. Actually, does that mean I want to, hold on, let me think about this. Actually, I want it to block before it completes. That means I need to update this test, right? I actually want to see the snapshot, so I want to resume the snapshots at this point after the command, right? That will resume the first snapshot, complete it, and then it'll actually make a second snapshot, but I won't care. So I shouldn't assert that it's equal. I should assert that it's greater than or equal. And this one's a tricky one, because I think that expects it to be like left-hand side greater than or equal to the right-hand side, so I have to swap those two. Actually, no, I'm more comfortable doing it this way, being explicit, so I don't have to remember the order. I don't care if there was a second snapshot. The first snapshot should have only the first command in it, and not the second. And this pause makes sure that it will see the second command before it's done with the first snapshot. Okay, so I basically want to set this up to fail, and then change the code to make it pass. Set up the worker thread to block before completing the current or next snapshot. The current snapshot or the next one if one isn't currently being made. That's what we'll do. And this will remove the block set up by the pause snapshots method. What's the right way to annotate this? Like backticks? I don't remember. Something like that. I don't remember. Hey there, Ramy. You have the trifecta of EJ Bling. Wowee. Wowee indeed. Okay. So, I'm going to do some fancy trickery, I think, with this pause. And resume. Some Atom hacking, I think, is called for. So, pause. How to do this best? I need to have something I can block on. I think what I'll do is have a future that is shared. So that means I need future and I need memory. Because everyone knows shared pointers are in memory. Left just didn't fix the hat colors. What was he going to change the colors of the hat to? Is it that it's not quite right in the pixels? I liked Wendy's idea of just, or was it, whose idea was it? Was it Playing with Skizzers? Someone had the idea of we just get some more streamers to add more rotations of Atom EJ and we can have a full 360. I didn't mean to start this trend. It is kind of cool though, I must admit. I just wanted to have something, no, it wasn't that I wanted to have it. It was someone mentioned in Atom's chat at one point, it would be cool if we had Atom EJ facing the other direction so that we can, I think it was like bracket a saying with an EJ on each side that faces the text in both directions, right? And then that stuck in my mind as, I have this second emote slot I'm not using. What if I just throw that in there for now? That would be kind of fun, right? And it kind of stuck. You like it? Uh-oh, what happened? What's rip? Like that, yes. What's rip though? Rip makes me uncomfortable because it's like, did my stream die? And so I look at OBS. 0 drop frames. Okay. Whew. Okay, I need the future to be in the shared properties, which is accessible from the worker thread. Did he mess up? I thought the left just as EJ was okay. What's wrong with it? I'm looking at the pixels now. Was there something with the hat that's drawn wrong? You guys let me know. Okay. I see. I don't see my name though. Oh, you want to make them face each other, but you auto-completed too early. Oh, I see. I thought you were just tagging me on it. I didn't know you were having them face each other. Got it. Okay. I'm slow sometimes. I'll just say, because I don't mind saying it, that it might be because I'm older. And, you know, my mind might be going, and I might be getting a little senile. Yeah, it just, took me way too long to figure that out. Let's put it here somewhere. I'm always very indecisive of where to add new member variables. I kind of want them to be related to each other. So like, this is related to the worker thread. Let's put it nearby there, I guess. These three are kind of go together. What if I put it here? No, that goes with the condition variable. How about up here? So shared pointer to a future, or promise really. Promise? Yeah. And there's no type required to be returned from the promise. We'll call this snapshot. Pause. Pause snapshot. We'll say if this points to something, if this points to a promise, the worker thread will get the feature value, blocking until the promise is set to resume. Actually, I guess we'll call it resume snapshot. We'll pause, blocking until the promise is set to resume the snapshotting process. If this points to a promise, the worker thread will get the future value while making a snapshot. locking until the promise is set to resume. That's exactly what I want. Okay, so in the worker thread, we should go to worker. I can do it anywhere here, right? What's the easiest way to make it fail right now? I think make snapshot is going to use the state, so I want it to use the state right away. No, I don't. Take that back. I want it to pause before. I want it to pause at this point, I think. Let me think about this. Yes, I want it to pause here. So we'll say if, actually not while it's locking it. We'll say here. No, I have to sample it here. Let's sample it. So const auto resume snapshot equals shared resume snapshot. So we get a copy of it, and then if it is not null, then we will block waiting on its promise. So resume snapshot get future get, and then after we resume, we can drop the old one, right? So shared resume snapshot equals null point. We can drop it at that point. Coordinated snapshot or message logging. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but what I'm doing right now is taking a sort of it's like journaling file system, only it's a journaling server state. So this is currently all of the, like an example of what commands build up the state of my game server right now. So for example, when emails are queued or dequeued from the server, or someone creates an account or logs in or logs out. Where's a login? So here's some login examples. And whenever someone logs into the game, there'll be a command. So what I'm doing right now is adding a feature to the server so that we can create snapshots and then discard long sequences of commands to prevent the journal from getting really, really, really long and unmaintainable. And also avoiding problems where if like the journal gets corrupted, we lose the entire history of the game. If we make snapshots, then we can make backups. So that's what I'm kind of doing. You know little to nothing about code, but you like it. Well, welcome, gamer growth. And that's how most of us end. Just roll with it anyway. Yeah, there you go. Guys, let me know if you have any questions. I also have a demo I did earlier that I will highlight and link to later to give you an idea of the kind of game I'm trying to build. Right now, I'm still working on setting up the server backend for it. Part of the backend is holding on to the game state, and working right now to improve how it's backed up and how it's managed so that the size of the game state on disk is not growing unbounded, that we bound it. Periodically, we consolidate these commands into just a snapshot of the game state, and to avoid having that cause lag, it's done in a parallel thread. So these commands continue to accumulate in the main journal while we're making a snapshot of it. Once we're done with the snapshot, we can throw away the old journal because the new journal is a much shorter one that begins with a snapshot. Chandry-Lamport snapshot algorithm. I actually don't know that one. I'm always trying to pick up new things to learn, so I don't know if it's like that, but I'm using the Raft consensus algorithm, and in chapter 7 of that white paper, linked from that site, they talk about log compaction. That's what I'm trying to implement. So actually, I should have that opened up here. My apologies if you don't like Acrobat Reader, but that's what I use. So this is the Raft consensus algorithm. So in chapter 7, they have an example here where if this is your log, which is accumulating changes to state. So here the state is simple to understand. There's just two variables, x and y. So x gets 3, then y gets 1, then y gets 9. So these changes to x and y. And if this grows long enough, it could be a pain to have to replay this every time you want to start up a new server. So you reduce entries 1 through 5 to a single smaller snapshot, which just has 2 entries in it. X is the currently 0 and Y is 9. And so 1, 2, and 4 essentially go away. They're folded in or discarded because they're old state. And the snapshot just records those 2, and then it has to record basically that it was log index 5, term 3. Those have to be recorded. And you just throw away the 1 through 5, and you have a smaller snapshot, and then you proceed after that. So literally what my game is doing is this has having 2 threads like that. One is accumulating log entries in some, initial log, and then another one is making a snapshot from some of the entries already committed. And at the same time, while it's building that snapshot, it's also accumulating copies of the entries after that snapshot point. So the point where the snapshot was made is between 5 and 6, right? So it'll accumulate 6 and 7, and once it's done making the snapshot and we have 6 and 7, we can toss the old log and use the new one, which is smaller. And they also talk about in the algorithm that it's easier to get a new server up to speed by sending the snapshot through a special RPC, which they have here called install snapshot RPC. I'm going to do something similar, but probably not today. Probably won't get to that until like tomorrow or the next day. Yeah. Let's keep that in the background while we work on this. So this is a trick for debugging where I will have it block at this point so that the test can come in and queue a second log entry before we start the snapshotting process. And what we should see is the snapshot should pick up only the first entry and not the second when it's working correctly. Because at the moment we decide to make a snapshot, we should stop adding entries to the clones we've set up to make a snapshot, because we can't be changing the log while we're trying to make a snapshot. So hopefully that makes sense. Thanks for the follow, Justin. Hope you enjoyed the stream. All right. Is that all I need to do? No, hold on. The methods to actually make the feature are down here, right? So this needs to grab the mutex and create the promise. So impl shared resume snapshot is make shared standard promise to return nothing. Kind of like some employers, right? They promise to give you nothing. One more question. When to decide to make the snapshot? I'm making it configurable. So what I had for testing purposes is every 200, I'm going to have every 250 log entries make a new snapshot. And I was thinking about this yesterday in the real game. It really depends on how fast we're accumulating log entries and how much delay I'm willing to tolerate for bringing up a new server and how much risk there is in not making a snapshot for a long time. And I was going to try to target maybe something like 5 minutes. So every 5 minutes we need to make a new snapshot. So the ultimate worst case would be the log file gets completely obliterated on a majority of the servers in the cluster and we just can't recover the state. We'd lose the last 5 minutes of the game. We'd go back to a previous snapshot, and that's probably okay, right? I think 5 minutes is the typical amount of time you'd expect an autosave to work in most games. And this is, again, the ultimate worst case. We have to have multiple servers failing and corrupting the log. It probably will never happen. It's actually happened in testing, though, because I've had bugs. So in practice, what I'll probably do is I'll have a measurement of how fast entries are created, and then I'll be tuning this variable so that it's roughly every 5 minutes we make a new snapshot. Although, if I don't need to make one every 5 minutes, I can make it whatever I want, make it an hour, make it a day. Priority on the log messages so you can reduce the risk the log throughput being too high. Oh wait, there cannot be a priority. These log entries are like in a journaling file system. They're always sequential. Once you write an entry, you can't rewrite any before it, because that would violate the consensus of the cluster. So they have no priority. They're serial. That said, if the throughput is too high, I would probably look into a different representation of the information that's not so large. Or I might collapse commands together. So, for example, let's say you moved left. Let's say this is a 2D grid type of game, which is what I'm gonna be having, and you move left, 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 up, up, really quickly. That might be consolidated into. Actually, what you asked it to do was move left 3, up 2, and you can do that in one command rather than having 5 commands. So I could do tricks like that. I have to be careful that if there's any side effects to individual moves that I can't capture in the command, then you get inconsistent log replay from other servers, right? So a combination of making the commands perhaps into batches, like collapse commands together, and just have tighter representations. Like instead of using JSON, I'm using JSON right now because it's easy for me to parse in a tool like an IDE, but ultimately I probably don't need it, and I just make a binary version of this and it'd be much shorter. You know, there's a lot of syntax here we don't need. Like all these braces, right? You don't need them. If I design a binary format for this, it could be much smaller, and then the frequency of the throughput of the log file will be lower. Yeah. But really, I don't actually know what problems I'm going to run into. I'm only just guessing. That's part of this. What makes this process fun is that I'm going to discover this live with you guys as I get to it. All right, pausing the snapshots. I think I just need to make one, and then resume is you just set the promise. Zoom snapshot set value. I think that's it. All I need to do, right? Because these features are inherently thread safe to use. I just need to make the lock so that I'm setting the pointer to it initially without the other guy trying to read from it at the same time. I expect this to fail, and if it doesn't, I'll be sad. And I'll have to figure out why. Ooh. I didn't expect this. Oh, there's that bug again. Look at that. That's a bug in the VS Code plugin. Okay, every test is failing now? Oh, structured exception handling. Well, let's just see what that is. Okay, it's running, so I just stop it. Now let's debug one test, see where that exception is. Probably doing something stupid, like looking at a pointer when it's null. How come I can't see it? I don't know. I think it probably is null, though. Shared. Come I don't see it there? That's weird. It's like the debugger state is not up to date. I wonder if the build didn't work. It built. Try again. Temporary tool issue, maybe? No, something's wrong. What could it be? It probably has something to do with that future I just added, right? I mean, that should be okay. We just make a copy of the pointer. If it's not null, use it, and then set it to null. Oh, wait a minute. The teardown calls this even if there isn't one, so I need to have another null check here. Shared resume snapshot is not null. Then set it. There we go. Oh, great. That always worries me that people aren't getting a good explanation from me. It's difficult for me to explain things without getting a lot of feedback. That's one of the things I've discovered while streaming, is that when people have a question, I try to answer it. And because there's no like eye contact or body language, if there's no feedback at all in chat, I really don't know when to stop talking or if the explanation helped or not. So yeah, greatly appreciate the feedback. Okay, the test. Let us run the tests again. Okay, that's blocked forever. That's not a good thing. I was expecting it to fail. Let us debug it and let it run for a little tiny bit and then hit break and see maybe where it's blocked. Okay, that worker thread is sitting there waiting to do something. We're adding a test command. Oh, right. It's paused, so the worker thread is blocked. Okay. So this add test command can't wait for it sometimes, so let's make an optional argument. Wait for worker. And we'll make that default to true and do this if it's true. And those specific cases where I've told it explicitly to pause, I need to say false. Also, what I should do here in resume, I think, is do a wait. Not the pause, but the resume should. So, not here, in the, here, executor. Actually, I guess I could, it's a test framework, right? So it's wait for one loop. All right. I want to see it fail the correct way. Let's try it again. It's fighting me on the scroll bar. Okay, it failed. Did it fail the correct way? Yes, it failed the correct way. So the expectation, again, this test case is writing 2 commands, but setting the interval to the snapshot interval to 1, so that every snapshot should have only 1 command in it. So we expect the tickets to have only 1 ticket. In reality, it had 2 tickets, because I haven't implemented the feature yet to pause, to use a clone and to pause the updating of the clone. Actually, to make it a complete test, after I resume, I should let it take a second snapshot, shouldn't I? So, how do we do that? I guess I would have it... Wait a second loop? Or no, this will wait 1 more loop, right? That's what I want, so really it should be equal to 2. We should get 2 snapshots out, one with the first and one with the second, right? Okay, so that becomes a vector of JSON values with 2 of these inside. Comma, snapshots. Actually, then I can remove the assert. And then this will have a 2. The second snapshot will have 2 of them in there. And that means I need to have 2 of these. Let's just we'll pull back what I have in the previous test. We'll just have a vector of them up here, and we'll just have this pushback. Push back 1 of them in both places, right? Yeah. So this should be the first one, and this should be the second one. Try that. Tired of debugging someone else's code? Well, then debug your own code for a while, forehead. Well, I'm sorry playing with skizzers. But just think of it this way. It's a skill that if you get really good at tolerating other people's code, it's a very marketable skill. You can say that you work well in teams, even bad ones. Make your own ORM? I don't know. If you think that if you could do it well enough that the client would say, oh, your ORM is so much better, let's just use yours, then that could be a thing you could do. Why not? You don't work well in teams, but you could. It's a nice skill to have. Okay, yeah, so it makes, what, 1 snapshot instead of 2. Actually, I expected it to make 2 snapshots. Is that because we have to run another loop? Let me think about this. So we pause, we resume. So it's undoubtedly waiting at that promise in the worker. It'll wait here. It'll make the snapshot. This should be 1. It'll publish it, and then it will... We haven't started waiting yet, so that'll be false. It'll go back up here. It'll wait for that flag again, which should be set again. Oh, wait a minute. That got set to false there. That's a problem. This needs to move at the front, so that it can be set again. The moment we unlock, the snapshot might be triggered again, right? So at that point, when it gets triggered again, we would remember, so that we come down the second time and we make a second snapshot. This is the second week that your client/boss is like easing you into data science. Should you ask for a raise after the second week? I don't know. But yeah, you might be, what do you call it? You might be being groomed to take on a new role. It really depends on your relationship with your client or your boss, if your contract is negotiable or not. Kind of tedious? Well, you should let them know. Adam Art indeed. Should let your boss know that you're willing to do it maybe, but it's not what you're into. Don't give them the wrong impression that you like it, because they'll just give you more of it, and maybe not even realize that you hate it, that you find it tedious. Not that you hate it, but you find it tedious. Hey there, Fizzinator. Going well. I'm currently adding snapshotting to the, what would you call it? State management for my game servers. Okay, cool. This is what I wanted to see. So the test case I'm setting up is that when the snapshot interval is 1, we'll make a snapshot after every log change. So what we expect to happen is the first is 2 snapshots, one with just the first command in it, and the second snapshot with 2 commands in it. And because I haven't implemented that feature yet of having a duplicate track where we're forming the snapshots, it will actually record both commands in both snapshots. So that's what I wanted to see. And we're going to implement that now. So in order for it to ever work, this snapshot can't use the same game objects that the rest of the class is updating. It has to use the clones. So we have to establish these clones now. Which means what? We can use the same journal for that term, but we need clones for these guys. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to take these 4, which constitute all of the state of the game, and put into a structure. Let's copy these. And where am I going to put it? CPP files. I can put it anywhere I want. Let's put it at the top. Let's put it right here. So struct game data, or game state, has these things in it. This holds all of the accumulated. This actually really just holds. The journal is the single source of truth for the game state. So what is this then? It's a cache of it. It's the accumulation. This holds the accumulation of all game commands that have been executed up to a certain point. So it's used to what? Provide information to other parts of the game, as well as to make new journal snapshots. That's exactly what it is. So I'm going to go to where I pulled that from and replace these 4 with its container now. So there's going to be 2 of them though. We'll call this main state, and then we'll call the other one snapshot state. And snapshot state is going to track main state until we start making a snapshot, and then it will freeze. As soon as we're done making a snapshot, it'll fast forward and catch up. That's the idea. That's the plan. This holds the pointers to the parts to the game state objects, which are actually shared with the rest of the game components. This holds pointers to clones of the game state objects, which are used to form journal snapshots. That's what I'm going to say. You ran more than 50 SQL. Do you say SQL or SQL? I usually say SQL, I think. I need to think about that. Maybe I'm a flip-flopper. SQL, SQL, whatever. Queries in like 10 minutes. Lol, like what the hell? Just making sure you don't give anything regarding these tests come weekend. Oh, you want to clear up your weekend. Okay, you'll be back in a bit. See you in a bit. E is cool. Oh, SQL. So you don't say SQL? I think you're probably right. So it's not an acronym, it's an initialism. You spell it out in its initials, SQL. Yeah, playing with scissors has had, or playing with skizzers, I should say, has had quite a week. We should all wish him the best for the future because it's been rough. We've been finding that he has troublesome, not coworkers, right? But the code he's working with was written by, let's say, difficult to work with other coders. And he's had trouble with that. All right, this should immediately break everything because, okay, so I guess for all these commands, what am I doing? These are executing commands, right? Shouldn't I pass in the desired state because I'm going to want to replay this. I'm going to want to replay this on both copies of the game state, right? I think so, although I'm not going to want to actually do anything with files. Will I? No, this is on execution. Let me think about this. Most of these command handlers update some game object, so I can pass in which game state it should affect, and then I can call it twice. This one actually writes to files as a side effect. I think this one is special. Yeah, this one is special. So this one will always go to... Hold on, where is this called from? It's in this table. I don't want it to do its side effect on the clone. So how do I prevent that? I don't know. I guess I can make it a special exception. Do any of these other ones do the similar thing? What does change configuration do? Oh, it also does side effects. Oh, shoot. You know, I could just have a flag. That's what I'll do. So this command executor type, let's add 2 more arguments to it. So it'll be game state, and then let's have a flag. called is main game state, and that'll be used by those exceptions, so that basically if it's not the main game state, we just don't do anything, or we don't do the side effects. Let's do it that way, and maybe we should default that to. No, we can't default it because it's used in a template. Okay, so this is game state. This is the set of game objects for which to execute the command. Oh, a little bit too long. And then parameter is main game state. This flag indicates whether or not the set of game objects for which to execute the command is the main set shared with the rest of the server. Okay, that means I have to go through all these other methods now and add those two parameters. Game state and is main game state. Okay. Does that mean I need to duplicate all the comments here? I guess so. I'm gonna hate the fact that I have so much duplication though. What if I just say, look, see this for more details, and I just concatenate this? I forget the syntax for this. I'll just wing it. This method is an implementation of command executor. See the documentation for command executor for more details about method parameters and return value. So I don't have to be so redundant everywhere. Okay, so let me fix this up first. So collapse. So this is the same. A lot of these are going to be the same. Why do I have that in there? Oh, right, that's temporary. That's to tell me that the executor doesn't actually do the executions. I need to fix that. That's on my plan. Don't know if I'll get to it today. It's like at the bottom of today's plan. It's interesting that it didn't like that. Oh, because I moved it. Duh. Moved it around, and I haven't updated the reference yet. Keep forgetting to close this little thing I have on the side of my desk. It's sort of like my on the air cue to anyone who walks by. Okay. Hey there, Bugfound. Bugfound is probably the top of the VIP ladder. He helps me out a ton. I should say he or she. I actually don't know if Bugfound is a guy or not, so I shouldn't assume gender, should I? Why do I have a note here? Oh, this is a special one. I shouldn't touch that one. It's this one I need to update. Ah, okay. So I can say he. Yeah, he's helped me out a ton in the stream. So many props to Bugfound. He finds bugs. Can you believe it? All right. I think I got them all. I'm not sure. No, I missed. No, that's correct. It's this one. Okay, I got it. Okay. So these two new arguments get added on all these guys. We're going through and adding these all. Why did I collapse those? These are all put in a table, so they have to have the exact same arguments. Which is why I'm adding them in multiple places. These methods are what actually make changes to the game based on the commands in the journal. That's what the executor does, or executor, or whatever you want to say. However you want to pronounce it, it executes the game commands on the actual game objects. Those are helpers. Here's the real one. And we are done. Only this one now takes extra parameters, right? So it takes the command, and we will pass it the main game state. Main state true. Command processor? Yeah, executor sounded cooler to me. All right. So all these need to be updated. Okay, here's where the problem was, right? We only want to do this stuff if not is main game state, we can return. Because this command has no effect unless we're going to the main game state. So actually that needs to be added everywhere. There and there. Yeah, these are all side effects. They don't actually change the configuration object at all. So we return early. Login does affect... Did I forget to move that? Ooh. That should have gone inside of the game state. It did. Okay. I just had a copy of it by accident. Time to create some evil macros? Yeah, maybe. Although I'm very reluctant to do that, I guess, because I'm worried about it obscuring things to the debugger. So the idea would be to take this and make it boilerplate, something like define, what am I calling it? I'm using some macros up here already. Aren't I? Where is it? Oh no, I'm not using macros. I made that all caps because it's a constant. Command executors. So it would be like define command executor login, right? So the idea is a macro would replace all of this stuff. I don't know, should I do it? So it would look like a function. It would just basically look like that. You don't think so? Yeah, so I didn't like repeating the documentation for all these, so I'm hoping I can just make a reference, so I can like say, oh, I want to know what those arguments mean. I can go to here and see them there, right? All right, so it's game state now in front of all these things, because we have two parallel states now. So it's mostly mechanical. All these places the compiler is telling me I need to fix, I just put game state dot in front. Oh, did I miss one? I did miss one. I missed another one. And a third one. Okay, I'm going by the little red markers over here. That's what I'm doing. There's not too many more. I need to go one more pass through to see if any of these executors do side effects like this. I don't want it to write that for the snapshot state. Oh, also these callbacks should only be done for the main state as well. Oops, that was wrong. That I need to have special attention there. Okay, yeah, here it needs to be... Actually, no, we're making a snapshot, right? So it's always shared snapshot state. Dot journal. Oh, wait a minute, no, not for the journal. Why did it have a problem with journal? Doesn't have a journal? What happened to the journal? Did I delete the journal by accident? I deleted the journal by accident. Okay. Let me fix it. Get it back from Git. Where did you go, journal? There it is. I deleted it by accident. Oh, wait a minute. I think I intended to put it into the game state because do we have two journals? Yeah. And the way it will work is when we start making a snapshot, then we'll start the second journal. Yeah, okay, so we do want to put that into the game state. Okay. So back down here. Skip that one, that needs special attention. This one, I want to use the actual game state. Yes, it's not the copy of it, but the main state journal. This one though, we're using the snapshot state. The reason I can't use the snapshot state here is because the snapshot doesn't have the last entry in it on purpose. It's meant the snapshot replaces it. So, but we need to include the term and index of the last log entry that we're putting into the snapshot. We need to put that in the snapshot. That's how it links together. Hey there, Endorn. EJ, back to ya. All right, so snapshot state dot goes in front of these four. All right. And then the worker thread, right, to get the snapshot in, it's looking at the main state journal. Subscribe is always to the main state. And again, when we mobilize the real journal, all this is in the main state. And actually, here's where we want to make clones, right? Actually, after we load the configuration, we want to make a clone. So, shared snapshot state dot journal. Actually, the journal we'll leave alone. We're going to make a new one every time we make a snapshot. The mod queue, though, we need to clone. So mod queue clone. And same with mail queue, same with configuration, same with players. So that's where we make the initial clone. It's when we mobilize. That works, right? This is assuming that we've replayed the logs. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. When we play the log, we will update both states. That's how it will work. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. It's also a tie day, but I just don't have a command. You know, tie day is about wearing a tie. Oh, sorry. I guess I'm not wearing a tie. I'm not following tie day either. Okay. Configure. Okay. Here's the special case, right? What load configuration is called from one place, right? So that is okay. That's using main state then. Main state configuration set next. All right. Now we clone it. Make snapshot, right? I hit the wrong one. Make snapshot capitalized. Okay, where that is called. Here is where we need to start a new journal. And, well, I'm not going to worry about I'm not going to deal with the journal quite yet, am I? I guess I do have to make one. I guess we'll just overwrite the... Okay, so make a new journal, right? Where am I going to start to do that? I guess we're doing it here. So shared snapshot state journal equals make shared. Oh, wait a minute. The executor doesn't actually know the concrete journal class, does it? It's all through iJournal. I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Yeah, it's iJournal, not a real journal. So it's dependency injected. Does that mean I need to make another dependency, like a journal factory? I guess I can do that. What's the harm? So let's make another type dependency. Types. Using factor journal factory is a function. When I mistype that, I always think the standard is smiling at me. Okay, make a functional, right? Function that returns a shared pointer to a factory. So that is iJournal. I mean, not a factory, a journal. Returns a journal. And has no arguments, I suppose. None for now. Function. I don't know how to spell function, apparently. This is the type of factory required by the executor to make new journals whenever snapshots are formed. So let's require that a journal factory be provided when we start the executor. And why type it again when I can just copy it and change stuff? This is the factory to be used by the executor to make new journals whenever snapshots are formed. Okay, so that is added to mobilize. We're going to hold on to it. So journal factory. So I need to add that to our shared state. Let's put it here. And copy the documentation. Okay, so that means I can call that, right? How come it doesn't like it? Oh, why not? Why not? Oh, why not is because it's in... This is an anonymous namespace, that's why. So this needs to be realm server executor journal factory. Okay. And then I can actually use it here. Journal factory. So that'll start a new journal. Then how do we know that we're making a snapshot? I think we'll know that we're making a snapshot because we actually have a journal. When we're not making a snapshot, we'll toss that journal away. That makes sense to me. Well, it'll actually, what we'll do in the real, when we're done, this takes the place of the old journal, is what it's going to do. But for now, we'll just keep the main journal going because that's a separate part of the feature that I haven't made a test for yet. Okay. So that means at the end here, when we're done, yeah, at any point here, I can just toss it. So we'll just toss it here. So eventually I'll keep it, but right now for the test, I'm not keeping it around. We're making a snapshot, we're just giving it and then forgetting it. Makes sense to me. Okay, so the last piece of this is whenever we execute a command, if we're making a snapshot, we only give it to main state. Where do we call executor? On commit, here we go. So right now we're executing the command on the main state always. So we should say if we're not executing, what context are we in? We're in the shared. So if there is no snapshot state journal, then we apply, yeah, if there is no journal for the snapshot state, then it means we're not making a snapshot. So then I can apply those commands directly to the snapshot state. So I do this. Okay, I need to keep, what do we do with the results? Okay, publish them there. So we can go ahead and publish them there, and then I can just reuse them. Actually, I don't care what the results are. So we just need this part. Those results are only used for publishing, which we only do for the main state. So it's if we're not making a snapshot, then we also apply the same command to the snapshot state. So while we are making a snapshot, the snapshot is frozen so that we can make a snapshot. So the last trick is that when we're done making a snapshot, we have to fast forward through commands. So we'll have to remember the index we last committed, right? Then we'll have to go from the snapshot end to the commit to the current commit end. I guess I don't have a variable for that. Let's add one. Let's put it here. Index last commit. This is the last login. This is the log index of the last command executed on the main state. All right, and I just need to on commit to update that somewhere. So we can put it here, I guess, and that is index. All right, so we have to repeat this whole process for every entry. So let me just grab this entire, this whole thing has to be done in a loop in a slightly different way. When we're done making the snapshot, we have to we're fast forwarding, and we'll do this in the worker thread. So back to the worker. Actually, I guess it would be cleaner to make it a helper, wouldn't it? So publish the snapshot and then fast forward snapshot journal. So we'll just put it up here. Fast. Oh, I don't want to type it again because I had that in my clipboard. Now clipboard's free. I can copy that and paste it here and say execute all commands from the last snapshot. Actually, does it know the last snapshot index? Yes, it's this index last snapshot. From the last snapshot index to the last commit index. Execute all commands from the last snapshot index to the last commit index to the snapshot state. To get it caught up with what? Oh, and I can't do this while I'm holding the mutex, right? So maybe this is something I have to do like in the main loop. That would make more sense because I don't want to do anything lengthy while I'm holding the lock. So yeah, I need to, let's not do it here. Let us do it every chance we get. Yeah, I like that. So I guess we'll do it here. And it's only if we're not making a snapshot. Actually, I guess that means looking at the journal, right? So that's if we know we're making a snapshot or not. Actually, no. If we're not, we'll stay in here if we're making a snapshot. We'll be stuck in here. So we can't do anything else. So I know. Let me think about this. Every time we loop, we can catch up if it's not caught up. But that means I have to record how much is in the snapshot journal. Or I need to record the last, okay, I need to have two of these variables. Not that one, this one. Index last committed to main. And then I have to have one for the snapshot. Snapshot. Right, so that when we get to, yeah, I know what to do. I got it. I know what to do. To main goes here. And then also here. Actually, let's put this near this so that it makes sense. So when we execute it, we update the index, and then if we execute it on the snapshot state, we update that. And then we might as well, since we can, wake up the worker thread. And then one of the things the worker thread can do when it wakes up is if these don't match, it can try to fast forward the snapshot. That's what I'm going to do. What system am I working on? I'm working on the system for a game platform I'm trying to set up. It's going to be multiplayer. And the overall architecture has the servers in the game replicated for fault tolerance. So the all the state of the game is right now stored in a sequence of commands to change the game state. So right now there's not much of a game, but there will be in the future a lot of different commands the game will have appending in its log to change state. Right now it's just stuff like logging in, logging out, and sending email. So just the basic platform stuff. And what I'm addressing today is the fact that this journal is going to get enormously long with a real game because every change of anything happens in the game, like a character is moved, or you pick up an item, or you attack an enemy, always will append commands. So these commands will be frequent and, you know, add up over time. So what I'm working on today is called log compaction. So to get the state replicated across all the servers in the cluster, I use that algorithm I linked there. And chapter 7 of the white paper in there talks about log compaction. So the idea is that when this journal gets really, really long, we want to squish it down. And that's a process called log compaction. And here's graphically a simple example where if you have just many changes to the same state variables over time, a lot of these older log entries are irrelevant because, like, it doesn't matter we set x to 3 here. Once we set it to 2 here, we can drop that. So the idea is every once in a while you clean up the log by compacting it down to a snapshot that just has the current state and then a few other variables that the algorithm needs to maintain consistency. So that's what I'm implementing today. The idea that these commands make changes to some kind of state structures, and in the component of the game which manages those state structures, I am whenever we execute a command to change the state, we're also going to be changing a parallel state called the snapshot state that is used, that gets frozen while we're making a snapshot, and then once we're done with the snapshot, it resumes again. And that snapshot state lets us form the new log from the old log. So that's basically what I'm trying to do today. So if you love the architecture, you like this diagram. So I'm working with Executor right now. The Raft implementation is up here. The actual object that writes those commands, the log to disk, is this journal object. And the Executor is getting callbacks from the journal whenever something gets added. And it's the one which is changing the game state. This diagram is a little old. It used to be I just had configuration and players. Now I have a bunch more. I have a configuration of players, but I also have email queue and a moderation queue. And then this will get more and more. This will have like the state of where all of the items are in the world, and anything that can be changed in the game, probably even the background tiles of the game, will all be tracked in the game state. And so the Executor is the one component that's allowed to make changes, and so it has to do it's intimately involved in making snapshots. That's the component I'm working on. So right now it was my idea was to have two parallel states. So if I were to go to this diagram, there would be two configuration objects and two player objects. And when we're not setting a snapshot, they'll basically be duplicates. They'll have the same state. But once the Executor starts making a snapshot in the background, it'll freeze the snapshot state. The main state continues so that the game can run. But the snapshot state, not drawn here, will freeze while we make a snapshot. And once we're done, and then we catch it up to the main, we can drop the main and start using the snapshot state because it has a more compact log. Hey there, Blueberry King. How are your blueberry subjects today? I hope you have not eaten too many of them. All right. So if we don't have a journal for the snapshot state, that means that we're not making a snapshot. So we can execute the commands directly. And right, we're recording the last index committed to both states. The idea that I had here was the worker, when it runs. Oh, thanks for the follow, Rowdy Rousey. It's going to check if, actually, let's just do a while. While, hold on, we're locking the mutex. So really, I should only do one at a time, because while we're holding the mutex, we're holding up potentially other things that are happening to the game. So let's just do one at a time. And if we actually are able to catch up, then we have that point where we can transition to the new log if we want. But I'm not going to implement that yet. That'll probably be tomorrow. So if shared index last snapshot is behind, I can't spell today, index last committed to main, then we can let's just say advance snapshot journal. Actually, why don't I just build that into this function? Oh no, this should be clear that if we're doing that for a reason, right? So advance, so this is this function. Execute the next command missing from the snapshot journal. That's easy to understand, right? So we just need to get the next index, which is the last one plus one. So that's this whole thing. So const auto index is that plus one. Actually, I can just pre-increment that, right? Why not? And then we need to get the entry for the command. So that is, we go to the main journal. So shared main state journal, and then index. And that gives us the a const reference to the entry. And then if it's null, we don't need to do anything more. Otherwise, we're going to execute. Okay, I guess that is not available to that class. Oh no, it is, right? In shared state? Okay, so it's just shared. That is shared command executors. And then it says this is the important part. We don't re-execute it on the main state. We only execute it on the snapshot state. And then we don't need to do that. And do I have this in the wrong class? No, it's the correct class. So why did why did it have a problem with this? Is it because the argument isn't right? Oh, because it's shared. Okay, I'll do it that way. And that has to be what? Can I do that? Misspelling things left and right. It doesn't like that because it's not the right type. I need to get the... So it's like I need to get the pointer out of it. Strange. Pointer to member syntax can get real strange, especially when the pointer is not a raw pointer but a shared pointer. The get returns the raw pointer from the shared pointer and lets me call the pointer to member. Okay, is that all I need to do? This will advance it, and then I don't need that. Actually, this would be a lot cleaner if I moved it into the shared state, wouldn't it? So if I took this and moved it into shared, actually it makes sense because I can move it on next to on commit. I can just put it here. And then I can just remove the shareds. And then again, this moves back to this. Okay, I like that better. So we advance it, and then I haven't yet written it yet, but if we actually get them to meet at this point, then the snapshot state is up to date with the very latest main state, and then we can drop the main state. Oh, there's one more thing I need to do. Okay, it was when entries get added, so it's on append. Let me see where on commit is used. Yeah, on new entry, that's when an entry gets added to the main journal. I don't do anything here, but now what I need to do is actually, if there's a journal, a shared journal, well, let me think about this. No, hold on. This is the wrong place. It's that other place, advance. Hey there, Witzer. How's it going? Oh, I'm sorry, Blueberry King. I mean, did you meet with your subjects today, Blueberry King? How are they doing? There are still just as many as before, I am sure. No one would eat them. All right. Yeah, so I'm missing one thing in that I can't just execute the command. I need to actually add it to the journal. Don't I? No, this is from the main state journal. It's the snapshot state journal. If we have one here, right? Hello, the epic unknown. Do I actually need a snapshot state journal? I guess that is part of making this. Wait a minute, I'm getting confused here. The snapshots journal doesn't exist unless we're making a snapshot, right? Once we've made the snapshot, we still have to get it up to date with the entries from the other, okay, yeah. There are entries that might have been added while we're making a snapshot. We need to copy those over. So that means I can't remove the journal here, which means I can't use the journal existence to know whether or not we're making a snapshot. Chicken and the egg problem. Currently have some of your accomplices next to you in the form of G Fuel. I see. I hope they willingly gave up their existence to become the G Fuel. Howdy, the epic unknown. I can't set this to null. Where I would set it to null actually would be up here. If we catch up. So I guess we'll repeat this. If we actually catch up at that point, then let me leave it to do. Here is where we have the opportunity. Actually, it's more than that. That's also where I'm going to do this. This part, actually, all of this, right? No, I'm going to keep that. Where am I using that? Okay, I have some problems here. It's going to try to make a snapshot again if we're still making one. Actually, no, that's fine. It just resets the flag to true. What does the Executor CPP file do? It implements the Executor component. So that Executor component, it responds to the journal entries being added to the game by executing those commands on the actual state objects, which are read from other parts of the game. Like it'll make changes to the ECS system that the systems will use. It makes changes to configuration to player state, like if a player gets created or they change their password or something. The Executor is in charge of actually applying those changes. And there's one on every server because there's multiple servers. Each one gets a copy of the journal, which is the sequence of commands to change the game. And the Executor's job is to take these commands and execute them. That's why it's called the Executor. And yeah. So for example, let's look at an example one on login. So when it gets a login command, it does a bunch of checks. It'll check to make sure that the password matches. But let's say everything matches. It will tell the players that that user has logged in from that server and client connection and use that token. So it applies the actual login after doing some checks. And here's also where we check to see if the player's banned, we don't let them log in. Yeah, we do the execution of the login command is to actually try to do the login. So the Executor does that. Well, that's called a font ligature. If I turn off those ligatures, so that's what it's really just, where's it, like this not equal to? It's just not equal. If I go to my settings and turn off editor font ligatures, then it just goes back to normal. But ever since I learned about that, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. So I've been using them. Okay, I lost my place. Oh, it was on commit, right? I was looking at index last snapshot. That actually should be updated every time make snapshot is set. Now that I think about it. Yeah, what we should do is do this here. index last snapshot equals main state journal size. Actually, that's just index. Actually, take that back. It should be index next snapshot. I need both. This is the, okay, so there's one for last and there's one for next. This is the last login stored in the current snapshot. So we'll set the last when we ask it to be made. But when we're making it, so this is shared last, index last snapshot. And yeah, instead of actually using snapshot end, we're just copying it. We're sampling it, basically. And we're using it here. Actually, I guess I can just use that directly. Why am I copying it? This is already in shared? Yeah, no, it's not. Okay. So this doesn't need it. This actually doesn't need that parameter. Okay. Alright, I was in the middle of writing this one. Right, I had reason that I wanted to move that down here. That actually up to here. So we don't actually say the snapshot is done until we've actually catch up the journal. And we catch up the journal by not only, how come that didn't go to the right place? Okay, we not only execute, we also have to apply. So that means I need to also apply it. So snapshot state journal append a vector containing that entry. So it gets a copy and then it gets executed. This is important because this forms the new file that we're writing. Only when the new file has all the entries the old file has is it okay to switch to it. And we know that's the case when oh, it doesn't actually, okay, there's a little bit more nuanced here. It's not that it's committed, it's that it's okay, this is wrong. I can't use these. Actually I need them in the commit part. I only execute, so I append and then if it's been executed on the main, then we also execute it on the snapshot. Otherwise we don't execute it yet because it's not yet been replicated fully. So if index is greater than the last one committed to main, then we return. Means it's not yet been committed, so we just append only. And that means that I don't increment that. Hold on, no, I don't need, okay, this happens down here. Oh, up here would be better. And we don't use the last one committed, where you're going to use the the last index we had. So that's snapshot state dot journal get size +1 because it's 1 based. So if it's empty, we want index 1. These indexers are all 1 based. Do I say that somewhere? I should say that. Anyway, they're 1 based. We append it to the snapshot if it hasn't yet been committed to main, we return. Otherwise, we commit it to the snapshot. That sounds good to me. So then this is different then. It's if shared snapshots, how did I write this before? Less than snapshot state journal get size is less than main state journal get size. Then we advance, and then we do one more check. The journal can be written independently to this, though. I think this check has to actually be done by the two journals. It has to be synchronized. I'll have to handle that later. Let me make a to-do here to remember that. To-do journals. The main journal may get new entries at any time, even while we have our mutex locked. So we're going to have to let the journal make the final call of when the snapshot state is complete and that it can be swapped. Actually, that's what we can do. We can have the main state swap with the snapshot state. The two journals can be swapped. I like that. I like that idea. I'll do it later, though. That sounds like I need to think more about how to do that right. They can be that the two journals can be swapped. Let the journal make the final call when the snapshot state is complete and the journals can be swapped. The journals themselves do the swapping. Actually, it's the main journal itself has to do the swapping in order to synchronize with journal writers. So right now we're not going to do that because that's yet another step. I don't want to write too much without getting this tested. So it's just going to be this same check here, only if it's equal. If it's equal, then why did I clear it down here? Couldn't I have cleared it after I got it? Like down here? I could have. Why don't I just do that? Makes more sense. That's the promise, right? After we've gotten the future, we can clear the promise. Oh wait, no, it had to be, I was waiting until we got the lock again. That was important, right? That's why I made a copy of it. So that should go here. That doesn't go there. All right. I need to keep that snapshot around. So that snapshot is going to be a local variable. Okay, so then at that point we publish it, and presumably we're going to tell the journal to swap with it too. Swap the two journals. So instead of assigning this a null, it'll essentially get the old journal and then we just drop it. But for now we're just dropping the snapshot journal. So we'll make a snapshot, but we'll continue to use the main journal. Let me see if it works. This probably won't work at all. I made so many changes without testing it that chances of it working the first try are unlikely. Oh, I changed mobilize because it needs a factory. Okay. Compiler error-driven development. That needs to return something. I think the convention I had was return null, yeah. If there's nothing to say, we just return null. Next. Right, so this needs a factory. This is the test, so let's just make a mock journal factory. And we'll go to where mock journal is declared, and we'll just make one. So this is realm server executor journal factory equals actually we're just gonna is it safe to initialize a function object in place? Actually, let's see if it even lets me do it. I don't think I can. It didn't actually have any arguments, right? It just returned, so I can just have it return a new mock journal, right? Yeah, see, it's not going to let me do it. So I need to assign it probably in the constructor or the setup. Let's do it in setup. That is equal to, we don't need context. We're just going to return a make shared mock journal for now, because I don't actually need it for any reason. I need a semicolon. Next error. This is in the tests again, so mock journal factory it is. Next. Again, same error. This is the real main program for the server. So here, journal factory, and we have to make one. Where do we make the journal? Up here? I guess we can just do the same thing, so. Realm server, executor, journal factory. So it doesn't need to be elaborate right now. We can just return, we just do this, return this. Return a new one. So later what I'm going to have these factories do is keep track of the serial numbers of the files. Because what I intend to do right now, I have only one journal file, and it's just called game.journal right here. So what I'll probably do is instead of having it be game, I'll have it be a number. So it'll be 0.journal, 1.journal, 2.journal, and there'll be some other file that keeps track of what the current serial number is. Or we could just scan the directory and just use the highest numbered journal as the one we should be using. And then every time a snapshot is complete, we'll write the corresponding number .snapshot. And then we could also take the old journal and old snapshots and back them up or delete them. But all that we can do within these factories, I think. And the callback. So part of it would be in the factories, part of it would be in that snapshot callback. Yeah, okay. Sounds good to me. That builds? No. More errors. Okay. See, I hate it when it tells me there's something wrong in the standard library. I know there's nothing wrong in the standard library. It's how I'm using it. Okay, there's an ambiguous call on this line. 1398. Oh, right. A clone is from a base class. I need to downcast. Static pointer cast to mod q. Actually, that was a copy paste bug, wasn't it? This one should be a mail q. And this one is configuration. And this one's players. I'm surprised no one in chat said, by the way, you're cloning the wrong object there. Okay, what are the chances this will actually work the first time? I give it 2%. Let's run. Okay, it crashed horribly. I can tell because I can't even run anything. So what if I try to debug this? It's crashing there. Oh, because there is no snapshot journal. That's right. So this needs to go inside of another if, right? If there is a journal, a snapshot journal. So if that is not null pointer and the second condition, then do your thing. All right. What are the chances now? Maybe 8%? Well, it might be better. Stuff is passing. Yeah, I think a lot of viewers focus on other things while they're listening to my golden voice. Make snapshot failed. Okay, all the snapshot stuff is broken. Snapshot's empty. Nothing ever got snapshotted. Oh, probably because we wake up the worker thread when we append entries, but this never actually waited for that. So we should also wait for this condition. Kind of want to put that into its own function object so I can call it from both places. Let's do that. So this will be what? A function object. So const auto snapshot journal needs update. And we're going to capture shared. And we do not need any arguments. And then we're just going to put this logic into it there. And we turn the if into a return. And now we can use, okay, okay, I have to make a variable. I hate this, I have to do this. So const auto shared copy equals shared, just so I can do that. That's fine, who cares? Now I can use that here. And then I can use that here. Still dying inside? Hopefully it's not my code making you die inside. Okay, why didn't it not like that? New default capture mode. Oh, it's not captured. There we go. Capture the function object. There we go. Let's try it again. Yeah, it's still failing. Oh, we're getting snapshots though. They just have the wrong contents. So that one had 2 command. This is making 2 snap. Okay, it delayed the snapshot by 1 interval. I think that's because of the catch-up mechanism. That makes sense. So this will be initially no snapshots, then we append 1 command. So the interval is 2. So we append 1 command, no snapshot. Append a second command, we were expecting a snapshot, but we didn't get one. I think it's because I did this before that. What if I do that after? Because it really doesn't matter to the worker thread what order I do them in. But if I can get away with doing that and not modifying the test, I'll be happy. The stupid ORM. I'm glad it's not me. Okay, this is still broken. It didn't matter. Okay, so what did I do wrong? I guess we'll have to look at the test. I have this fancy dancy button I can click. So, add test command does wait for the worker, so it'll go 1 loop after publishing the commit event. So that commit should trigger a snapshot to be made. This will actually do the snapshot, and it should have, okay, It should have generated the snapshot, but it's not doing it. So why would that be? I guess what we'll do is we'll debug. Where would I debug? The actual snapshotting? Yeah, so go to the worker. Actually, we're at the worker. So we'll go here and start debugging that test. Okay, now, what is the index? It's 2, good. We make a new journal. Unlock the mutex. Make the snapshot. We grab the mutex again. Oh, it doesn't need an update. No, it doesn't need an update. Why would it need an update? Oh, I know why. The numbers aren't going to match right now. And that's because of the way that the journal doesn't know what its base index is. Can I hack that for now? I guess I'll hack it for now. So, couple places, right? Wherever we get the snapshot journal size, I have to add the base to it. So let's break this up. So I need to add something, and that would be shared copy. Index last snapshot? Yeah. Yes. Because this should be 0. So then it will match. Okay, I have to do the same. So everywhere I do this, I have to be careful. So the advanced has to do the same. Well, I have to be careful about this index. When I talk to the main state, that is the wrong index, right? So it's got to be that, again, plus index last snapshot, plus 1. And then actually, that's fine. So do I do that anywhere else? Here I do it. Okay, so I need to do the same kind of add. This is just a hack for now. Really, the journal should be able to tell. I shouldn't use get size. And instead, I should have a method called get last index. And then the first index need not be 0. That's just shared then. You broke everything. Uh-oh, not even a get reset hard fixed it. What'd you do playing with Skizzers? Did you not have a stable commit to work from? Okay. Where was... There was a trick from this, right? Oh no, I disabled it. There's a button here that you can enable to get to the command. Maybe I'll just turn that on for a second. This thing, true. Then I can use the button here, show in Test Explorer. So there it is. And then I'll go and turn that off. False. All right. So this test, let's run it. Fails. It's still not doing it. Okay, what's wrong? Time to debug again? So that guess was wrong. We'll try again. Make the snapshot. Oh, it's probably failing for the reason I thought it was. I thought initially it would skip over that. And it does, that's why. I think I know what to do. We'll call this twice. Actually, it's not exactly that. Because I don't need to check this again. I just need to check that again. I bet I can just reuse it. Okay, so we just call it again. If we get... Oh, no, I am calling it again. And why did I not just use that? I just use it again. So if it does not need to be updated, do that. Oh, wait a minute. There was a reason. Yeah. It's a slightly different condition. It's where it's not equal to null, and that's equal. Okay. And I should do that regardless of this. So let's move this out. So this really moves out. Test database is corrupted. Well, there you go. There's your problem, forehead. Uncorrupt your database. Okay, so this does need the additional check I put here. If that and this, then do that. So it can basically happen even if that didn't need to be done, this might be true. And really this needs to go, I guess we'll keep that to do. Yeah. Hello, Captain Longfox. I like your name. Welcome to the channel. Just trying to get some new features working here. Making snapshots of game state. Oh, look. You arrived just in time. It's working. Let me try the other test case, though. What was it called? It was called snapshots build from clones. That's right. We want to build the snapshots from the clones. Go. No, that fails. Okay. What's the deal here? Right, we should have two snapshots, one with one ticket and the other one with two tickets. What are we actually getting? One with one ticket and the other one with only one ticket. Also, the last term was wrong. A couple problems here. I gotta think about how this works now. So we pause snapshots. We add the first command. We add the second command. Then we resume snapshots. So let me use some bookmarks here. Bookmark that position, and then we'll go into the code where the so this add test command will publish a commit event. That should go to on commit here. It will say, oh, we need to make a snapshot. So then it will notify the worker thread. So then we'll go to worker thread. It will say, we need to make a snapshot. So then we hit this point. Is coding easy? It depends on what you're trying to code. If you make an easy program, coding is easy. Trying to make World of Warcraft, not easy. So if you're looking to challenge yourself in coding, but not make it impossible, try something easy to start with and then ratchet it up slowly by adding more things that you want your code to do until you get to the point where you feel challenged. And then hopefully as you go on and get better and better, you'll find that you can do more complicated coding but still remain challenged. You want to be challenged. If you're not challenged, it becomes boring. Unless it's something that you don't care to do, you just need it done. And then sure, it's nice when you get to the point where it's easy. But I would say when you're first starting, it's not easy. Nothing is easy when you first start. Let's see, make a snapshot. So here we record that number, which should be 2. Make a new journal. So what does this snapshot do exactly? Maybe that's where I need to go in because this I don't think is working. Let's put a breakpoint there and run this test. Okay, so we get to that point. What is the main state journal looking like? Because the term was wrong, right? What is the index is 1. That's not right. It shouldn't be 1. Let's retry the test. Yeah, why is that 1? Where that's set to true, I'm setting it to index, so that should have been 2. Let me put a breakpoint there and retry. And what is the index? It's 1. Why is it 1? 0 plus why is the interval 1? Why indeed? Oh, I did set it to 1. Oh, right. I'm getting this test confused with the previous one where I set the interval to 2. This test sets the interval to 1. So we'll get a snapshot right away on this first command. Okay, so that is correct. Is it because I was off by 1? Yeah, why am I subtracting 1 there? I shouldn't be. That's wrong. It's the index of the that we want to, that's the last one we want to include in the next snapshot, right? Okay. Let's see if that gets us any further. I still hate how it loses my place. This one, right? Okay, any better? Well, the term is right now. Okay, the first snapshot looks good. Is it the second snapshot? Yeah, the second snapshot doesn't have the second ticket in it. That's the problem. Just wondering if you want to continue on, HTML and CSS and JavaScript and Python. Don't want... Oh, so you're looking ideas. You're looking for ideas on what you could work on that would be challenging, but not too difficult, so easy enough that everyone would use. That's a kind of a tough stretch, because something everyone would use is what everyone's trying to make, right? That's how you make a living, or that's at least how you become popular. That might be a really high bar to set. I would start at trying to make something that's challenging and that you would use. What's something that you want? Is it a game, an extension to Twitch, extension to Discord, some kind of improvement to your computer? Like maybe if you're already using coding tools like your editor, do you want to make an editor plugin? Something to help you organize your notes? I don't know. That would be my first goal. Make something that you would use, because it's a lot easier to make something you would use than to make something everyone would use. Yeah, you don't want to set your target too high from the get-go. Just try something challenging that you would use. Or just that's fun to make, like a game. That's why a lot of people learning coding do so with games, because you can start with a very simple game that just challenges you to make it, and you don't need the game. It's just a throwaway thing. This is why we have stuff like Ludum Dare, right? To see what you can do in just a few days, and it's not something that you're going to play afterwards. It's just the fun and challenge of making it. Learning, challenging, and making money are mutually exclusive? I don't know about that. I think that those two sets intersect only very slightly. There's most things that make money are not challenging, and most things that are challenging don't make you money, but there's an intersection. That's what we all strive for, right? To learn something challenging that actually makes money. Okay, so I almost have this working, except for the second snapshot isn't picking up the second ticket for some reason. So how does that get added? That gets added while we're making the second ticket. Is it because I'm not looping long enough? That might be. So I resume snapshots. That does one loop. Is one loop sufficient? I guess what I'll do is for this test, let me remove the breakpoints I have first. Click. And then we'll put a breakpoint on where this gets future, so right here. That's the resume point. Let's see it. So by the time we get to here, we should have two things in the main lock. Let's look. This shared pointer main, where's main? Main state? Journal. Oops, I guess I can't access it directly because it's held on to by a base class pointer. Can I cast that somehow? Can I say this? Add a watch. The expression will be treat as a realm server journal pointer 267B5EFB690. Empty. Okay, that didn't quite work. It shouldn't have been empty. Oh, it was worth a shot. Oh, probably because I have to put the downcast in there because of how the thunks work, right? So something like this. Will that work? No. Fail. I've had enough of your diffs, even though they took 7 hours to write. Oh no, I just haven't seen your diffs. Let's look at it. You know me playing with skizzers. Sometimes I just don't see chat for several minutes. Let's look at your diff. Prevent magic getters from triggering PHP errors in a dehydrated entity when doing schema-related tasks such as migrating. I only vaguely understand what that means. I don't know what dehydrated entity means. To me, it just sounds like you need maximum hydration at that point, right? Local values entity, local key. Null if you get a problem. So this is just defaulting it back to null if you can't find it? Is that what this is doing? Exactly, maximum hydration. Oh, I get it. Prevent triggering errors by catching and just using the default of null. So this, I presume... What's this strange syntax here? That's odd. That's something in PHP? That, so null is acceptable for that parameter, and you're just, if that lookup throws an exception, you're defaulting it to null. I got it. Instantiated object without any real data. Okay. Sort of get that. It's namespacing. So that's how you do PHP namespacing? So that's the equivalent of colon, then. Got it. I don't know if I'd ever get used to that because my eye sees that as one character. Right? Escape sequence B. So when my eye glanced through this, what I read was relation, and then backspace or something, elongs to. But the fact that it was capital, it's like, wait a minute, I thought it was lowercase. That should have been a clue to me, right? That's probably throwable in the global namespace. It's kind of annoying, yeah. You know what the dollar signs remind me of? Perl. And I almost have PTSD from Perl. At least you don't have like @ when it's in an array context. That stuff, I could never get used to that. So that was the bug that took 7 hours? It's what, 6.99 hours to find the bug and 0.01 hours to actually write this, correct? See, that's what makes programmers cool. That a complex problem, once they figure out the answer, the solution's not that much typing. What we're looking at some code playing with skizzers was working on for 7 hours. And we're giving him some moral support because he's having to work with some ugly PHP ORM stuff that wasn't working. And he can tell you more about it. I can't really understand most of it, so can't speak to it. I'm trying to figure out here why, why I can't see, if I know the pointer, why I can't see that by casting it. I guess the debugger just doesn't understand how to downcast. I don't think it's empty. That can't be right. I just think the debugger, I'm not using the debugger correctly. Anyway, it would be nice to look at the main journal state, but we can't. Let's just follow the logic here. So we'll make a snapshot. Actually, I can actually, well, what we know from what we get back, I can inspect that, right? Snapshot. The snapshot uses the main state journal and it uses index next. Oh, that's a 1? That shouldn't have been a 1. Oh no, that is a 1. This is the first snapshot. Yep. But this should still be a true. Yeah, okay, so it's when the second time around. Am I good at threads? I think I'm okay with them. I've struggled a lot with them in the past, and I've had fewer problems recently, so I think that's a good sign. You know what helped with threading was picking up some of the newer things in C++11, which includes promises and futures. Once I started using promises and futures, those are a lot easier to work with than condition variables. I still have to use them because promise and future aren't really fully done yet. I think I was reading that in C++20 or 2x, they're going to finish developing promise and future. Like, for example, one problem is if you have two promises, you can't wait for either or both of them. You have to wait for one and wait for the other, or you pull the two. But if there's only one condition, like for synchronizing with threads, promises and futures help out a lot, and I've had fewer bugs because I've been using them. There was a bug that affected many things, and I got fixed. It was just changing one character. Yeah, that's the best and worst kind of bug. You know, I think the longer it takes to find a bug, the more likely that the number of characters will be very small. Because if the bug was many characters to fix, you probably would have noticed it. Right? Unless it was the design flaw, I guess. Done a lot better in the last couple of years, yeah. Yeah, I used to think PHP was really bad, and apparently it was garbage in the past, but it's better now. What am I building yourself? Are you talking to me or playing with scissors? If you want to know what I'm building, anyone who's new, just check out that page. In April, I'll probably be doing game dev, but right now I'm building up the server backend for a multiplayer game. And where am I in the call stack? I'm there. So we relock. We clear that promise. We don't need to update. But we do publish the first snapshot, okay. And then we'll return back in here. That wait returns immediately because we need to make a snapshot. So here we should record a 2, right? So we should get 2 things in the snapshot state. Make a new journal. The snapshot state, maybe that's the problem. Maybe the snapshot state's not up to date. How do I see that? This shared pointer snapshot state. It was a mod queue, right? Ah, it's not up to date. It only has 1 ticket in it. So that means we published the first snapshot too soon. Too soon, Executus. So let me see that again. Oh, hold on. Retry. It skipped that. Why did it skip that? It shouldn't have. Let me reset that. What is size t? Is it just unsigned? Yeah. So if I hover over size t, where is the size t? Size t. It is. Come on, IntelliSense, you can do it. Can I not do it when I'm debugging? That might be the case. Unsigned long. It's one of those interesting types that comes from C99, I think. Size T. Let's put on dark mode. Or actually, yeah, I can just do it for this one, right? Hold on, let's not do that. Let me just look at this in this one. There we go. So size T. It's implementation defined what the type is. you're just supposed to assume that it can store the maximum size of a theoretically possible object of any type. So usually it's the largest sized integer, although it's not the same as uint max t. So it's basically the type that you get when you do size of. If I looked up size of, it'll say that. Yeah, size t is the unsigned integer type of the result of size of. So it's just a type I've gotten accustomed to using for any kind of array size or object size. And yeah, it's standard as of C99, right? Actually, I guess it was there before C99. It would say, wouldn't it? What does this say? I guess it's been there even longer than C99. Otherwise, it would have said since C99 somewhere here. Anyway, yeah. A lot of people just use int. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I tend to be more pedantic, and if something can't be negative, like a size can't be negative, I'll use size t. All right. Let's debug again. I want to get to the bottom of this. You know what I should do? In addition to that breakpoint, I should look at on new entry. I should see on new. Actually, it'll be committed too, so it'll be on commit. So debug. So there's entry 1. There's entry 2. What happens to entry 2? We should be making a snapshot at this point. So we execute the command. We do have a snapshot journal, so we don't apply the command to the snapshot state. Right, okay. And then we're going to update this to 2. So when does it get applied? Okay, I must have screwed this up. I must have screwed that check up. Oh, that variable got updated. That's the problem. Where does that get updated? That gets updated when I make the next snapshot. Okay, so I screwed that up. I had these reversed. This should go there. And instead of setting that, we should set the other one. So this should be next. Yeah, that's what it is. You think it's possible to run an ID on a phone? Depends. I mean, the IDE for Scratch, you know Scratch? It's the programming language for kids. I think you can run that on a phone. But anything that involves a lot of small characters, I would say would be very frustrating. I'm kind of with Witzer on that. I think minimum you need like a mini tablet to make it worth your while. Here we go. Trying again. Fails. Oh, we're getting close though because the second snapshot had the 2 tickets in it. So what's different now? Oh, it's this last index. That's wrong. So I'm putting the wrong last index in to the snapshot. Make snapshot. Oh, yep, I'm using next instead of last. Actually, I should be using last in both places, right? Got my 2 variables confused. Oh, I got a green light. I love it when a plan comes together. I think it's time to check this code in. Check in when you get your test to pass. Always gives you a nice feeling. So what did I do here, basically? Now I have a journal factory dependency to the executor. That's what these changes are for. The executor can make new journals, which is all well and good. Okay, so yeah, this is basically the new feature that when we make snapshots, we're using cloned state that does not advance while we're making the snapshot. Okay, so executor. Make state clones. Make state snapshots from clones. When forming a state snapshot, use cloned game state objects that are frozen, that normally track the main game state objects, but are frozen during the formation of the snapshot. Do not complete the snapshotting process until the snapshot is complete and a new journal has been formed based on the new snapshot and containing all entries appended to the main journal. I'm making a big assumption that journal catch-up is faster than journal entry creation. Otherwise, it'll never catch up and we'll have a problem. But I don't think practically that's possible, because journal updating should go much faster than journal creation. All right. Famous last words, right? You shouldn't have forked this repo. You should have instead started your own. When you forked the repo, did you do it in a way that made a copy of all branches? Because you didn't really need to do that. You could have just... Have you tried the technique where you make a new repo and you take an existing repo's branch and push it to the new repo? Then that new repo starts off with just one branch from the old repo. So forking sounds like sort of silly then. Why would you want all the branches? Forking sounds like cloning. What's the difference? Sounds like if you wanted to fork, you would really just want one branch, wouldn't you? Yeah. I guess you'd be missing, if you're using GitHub or something, you might be missing some of the other features that you get when you make a fork, like the references between repos and such. All right. All green lights is good. Let's move on to the next task. So the next task for today was what? So we hold duplicate objects. They're only updated when the snapshots aren't being produced. When snapshots are being produced, queue commands. Okay, I don't actually need to do that. They're not queued. That is technically not what I decided to do. Let me X that out. How do I do that? This button and then that button, right? And then I want to say, okay, turn off the formatting, please. Instead, do I put it here or do I put it under notes? Let's put it under notes. So instead of queuing commands for later execution, while forming snapshots, we just form the new journal out of any commands that are appended while we're making a snapshot. The next... Right. An additional step is added between making the snapshot and publishing it. We catch up the snapshot state. Snapshot game state to match the main game state. And so then we have an opportunity to swap the journals and or retire the main journal and make the and promote snapshot journal to the new main. Haven't done that yet though. Okay, so we did that. Included that, yes. I haven't done that yet. Technically, we're doing that, but the implementation doesn't actually write the files yet. Actually, what is the real game going to do? Is it going to make two journals that overwrite each other? Let me see what the journal actually does. If it has a hard-coded file name, then we're in trouble. Game.journal. Where is that string to be found? Game.journal. Journal file name. Oh, you have to actually call start on a journal. And I presume start reads the journal file and prepares to write. So what happens if you try to append to a journal that you haven't started? It's going to try to write to a file we haven't opened. That's a problem. So I can test this, right? Hey there, Jalmega. How's it going? How's your new language going? The IL generation and all that stuff. Jalmega is working on his own language, own programming language that has, you're trying to interoperate with C, so it has to be able to parse and work with stuff like Windows standard header files, right? Working on some fixes, all right. Well, thanks for the follow, Avistan. I hope that's how you say your name. Okay, so the problem next... Oh, right, I can't... This is going to crash the main game. This is going to crash in the main game because when we... Where do I show this? In the Executor, when we call the factory to make a new journal for the snapshot state, whenever that is... whenever we call append on that, right here, it's going to crash because we haven't started the journal yet. So I need to make a test case for this. Executor tests. Let's make a new test. So snapshot journal started before append. I guess the executor is going to also be in charge of naming the files, right? Because... Oh no. Let's make that something the factory has to do. It works? Congrats, playing with scissors. I think that deserves at least one clap. I don't know if the clap's going to make it through. Nope, I don't have clap emote set up on BTTV or whatever it is. But can I do the clap normal emoji? No. Oh, I can do the Unicode one. There we go. There's the best I can do. Yeah, I don't have it. Was it BTTV or Frankerface? I don't know. I don't have it enabled. Alright. He's using one in PHP, that's for sure. That's all I know. Snapshot journal started before append. Clap works in Yada, doesn't work for me. I think it's because I do not have the right plugins installed for my Firefox. But if it works for you, great. That means you got a clap. Clap for yourself. So I think I'm just going to recreate the same condition here where we make a snapshot, but we're not going to care about the actual snapshot. So interval 1 will write a command which will generate a snapshot, right? So I don't need to do any of this other stuff. I don't actually care about the snapshot. What I do care is that the new journal created is started before the append. So let's assume that I can get access to the new journal. So let's have it mock journals that I haven't defined yet. We'll invent that, and we'll first do an assert equal that there are. Let's have the original journal also listed there. So that let's say that we can first assert that there are now 2 journals, and then we'll say const auto. We'll make them shared pointers, right? So second journal is mock journals 1 because it's 0 based, and then we'll just say expect true. Second journal. Let's just say started. Or should I just keep it simple? Started before append. Yeah, let's just keep it simple. Is it the internet's most hated language? I thought the internet's most hated language would be Perl. I would hope PHP is more beloved than Perl. Okay. Mock journal. Here we go. So I'm going to add a flag here. And let's have some other internal flags in order to form that flag. So I need to know if it started or not. And I need to see if append, well, actually appended or not is we just look at entries, right? So start is here. Okay, it's not a forbidden method. Why do I have it marked as forbidden? Oh, I was not allowing the executor to call it before. Oh wait, I'm still not letting the executor call it. It should be the factory that does it for us. Yeah. So this test is bogus then. Okay, yeah, this test is bogus. I don't need this test. So I'm gonna blow away this work. Yeah. Control J it. It's gone. Goodbye. It's a responsibility of the factory to do that. So I'm moving on then. Well, that means that okay, to fix this for the main game, I need to make a new journal every time. So how am I going to do this? Well, the journals are toss away. So what if we just, for now, in the journal factory that I make, so we do it this way, right? Say we say const auto journal equals that, return it. We'll do a start, and we'll just use a bogus name. Start. I don't know. How do we start it now? Oh, thanks for the follow. Zombie foo? How do I start the journal now? Where does the journal get started? That's got to be somewhere. It's created. Oh, it's locked away here. That's where it is. Okay, so maybe we'll use the same. Okay, I'll eventually use the same thing, but right now I'm going to hack it. I'll hack it for now. So it's not the journal. So it'll be like next journal file or snapshot journal file. So it'll be rewritten every time. So that means before I started, I should blow away the previous file, right? So let's make this into a file. System abstractions. I'll use my own file utility. So a new journal file. That's the name, and then all I'll say is new journal file dot destroy. And then I can just say that whatever its path was. So that the journal will create the file. I just need to make that a constant that... So I don't have serial numbers yet for journals. So I'm just going to give it a snapshot journal. I just want to make sure my game didn't break. This is the name to give to the file in which new game journals created by the Executor component of the game will be stored. There we go. Whoa! Look at that regular expression. Exactly. What face indeed. What face times 9,000. I hope that Gelmega you're using a regular expression tool that helps you parse that. Because one character wrong in there and you've got big problems, right? Oh, hello, Kobayashi Maru. I'm just making sure I didn't break my game just now. Let's play my game. My game actually doesn't actually have a game, but if I do restart, reserve, my game should boot up. And I just want to make sure I didn't break it. Okay, I don't think it's broken. Those key things are just warnings because I'm using a self-signed certificate. So, cool. So the admin tool is connected. And do I have an actual player? I do. I have 2 players. All right, so let's log in. Correct battery horse staple. Yay, we're logged in. Okay. I didn't break anything. I'm happy about not breaking things. Sometimes a regular expression is used in the context where you have to match the whole string, and so you don't need the $sign at the front. Or I mean, at the end. The $sign's for the end, right? The the caret is used for the beginning. Like, yeah, exactly. But sometimes you don't need that if the context is to match the whole string. Context could be either anywhere in the string, the whole string, or within one line in the string, right? Depends on the context. Okay. That will actually only make a snapshot journal when we exceed the configured number of entries, right? Which is how many? This is the wrong file. I should really look at the configuration in the game, which is here. What do I have set for the snapshot? Oh, I don't have it set at all. You know what that means? It'll be 0, which means I'll probably have a snapshot journal. Yep, look at that. So snapshots are being created constantly. Wonderful, because I did not configure the snapshot interval. So I added a new entry here and just didn't copy it over. So that should go here. It's, let me pin these files. It's alphabetized, right? So it should go under S. I guess that means it will end up here. Let me try to see if it actually gets made. Let me say every two commands. We'll make it. No, that's too many. How many commands are we making right now? Let's do 10. And then I will put a debug statement in so I can see it happen. So stop the cluster. And where we in the executor where we make the snapshot. So make snapshot. Let's print something. So diagnostics. No, that would be shared. Diagnostic sender. Send formatted message. Level 3. And we'll say making snapshot at index something. And that'll be whatever this is. So I should see that now. If I did this right. Every 10 log entries. So now I gotta log in and make some log entries. Oh, look at that. It's making a bunch. Oh, it's making them for previous runs. I guess that's okay. Is it making them every 10? 10, 20, 30, and then it skipped to 74 for some reason. Oh, probably because it was making a snapshot. These snapshots were easy to make, and then that one took longer. Okay, actually that makes sense. It will jump because it'll accumulate a lot more log entries, and it'll just try to snapshot all of them. Cool. So each one's going to get slightly different snapshots because they make different decisions about when to snapshot. Okay, so make more commands at runtime. So login, correct, battery, horse, staple, login. I really should zoom in so you guys can see this, right? There we go, 200%. So every time I do change profile, it adds a command to the journal. So if I hit that button enough times, there we go, it made a snapshot already. Or one of the servers decided to do it. Okay, there's server 10 decided to do it. And there's 12. So if I keep going, after the 10 more times it should, yeah, there we go, it's starting to make more snapshots. Cool. So the snapshotting is every 10 entries. And there will be nothing in those snapshot journals unless, actually, yeah. Hold on. When do I pin stuff to the, no, I do, they should have the latest. So if I look at those, they should have stuff in them, right? Should have like all the entries since the previous snapshot. Where do I go for that? Here? That one was empty. How about here? Okay, they're alarmingly empty. Okay, that one has one. Why didn't the others not have one? It's kind of hard to see, like this, I don't know which index that is. I guess I can do it again, but change it to Bob2. Okay, that got the Bob2, but this, oh, because we're not making a snapshot, that's right. Once it figures out it's caught up, then it's just throwing away the snapshot journal. Okay, that makes sense. So it's closed it and not appended to it. All right. So we're not going to see entries there unless they erase the snapshot creation. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be an exact copy of what was going on in the game world at that point. So they talk about it in the raft algorithm that we're implementing. So if these are changed, if you can just pretend that X and Y are like maybe the positions of two characters in the game, and they're moving around, right? So every time someone moves, we make a new journal entry in the game to say where they move to. After a while, this log gets really long, so the compacting and snapshotting means you just take basically as many as you can of these log entries and collapse it down to a snapshot, which just has the last state. So this snapshot captures 5 and 3, but throws away 4, 2, and 1. In a real game, it's going to be like you'll move around constantly, right? So most of the commands to move your character around get thrown away in the snapshot. The snapshot will just have your current location in it. And that's to save space, and also to simplify, and also to speed up replication of state between servers. So yeah, snapshot is like an image of where you were at that point in time. So since that point in time, they moved again. And so if you wanted to, when you snapshot again, you'll replace all of 1 through 7 with a new snapshot where X is 5 and Y is 7. Make sense? So another convenient thing you can do with these snapshots is you can save them as backups. So if the game were to get corrupted, I could go back to a previous snapshot and restore the game, which would be really, really handy to have. So I think that's maybe the next thing I got to work on. What am I doing on time? 3:45? Wow. A lot of this I've done. I just need to have serial numbers now to from the... All right, this is what I'm going to do next, I think. I'm going to have to track the current serial number. Oh, I also need to actually save the journals. Save the snapshots to disk, don't I? Maybe I'll do that next. So I already have the snapshots. They can be serialized, so the snapshots are serialization, so we just need to write them to files. We can do that, right? Let's just have snapshots written for now. So let's make a test case for that. We will have the executor do this, correct? So it would be the executor test that does it. So here we go. The test is called snapshots written to disk. And we'll start off real simple. We'll just have one command. Actually, we'll just duplicate this. Actually, does it make sense for the executor to write them to disk? I don't think it does. That's not the executor's job. Whose job should it be? Maybe the main program? Yeah, let's make the main program do it. Which means I don't really need a test for it. Ha 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 ha! Screw test-driven development. So, yeah, I think I know what I want to do. So there is a way to subscribe to the executor for when we get snapshots. So I'm just going to do that. So what are we going to give it? Just a function, right? So on snapshot. And we just need to define that function somewhere, right? So I can put it here. Void on snapshot. And that's given the snapshot, which is a JSON object. So respond to a snapshot being published. Respond to a snapshot published by the executor. Game component. I'll just say executor. Not the place to create snapshots, and I know it. I can move it around if it needs to have a home later. Or all I really want to do right now is write it to a file. Actually, that's all. That's mostly what that's all I need to do, right? The only other thing I need to do other than write it to a file is pick a file name. And the file name is picked from a sequence, a serial number, which I already need to have a serial number generated when I make a new journal right here. In fact, this should just be a function. Let's fix that right now. So this should be a function here called, what does it return? It returns a journal. So standard shared pointer realm server journal. Journal factory, right? Well, make new journal. I don't think it had any arguments. Well, that goes away, and this goes away, so it's just that. And we'll document this one too, why not? I'm not done with this one though. This is the snapshot that was published. I have very snappy snapshots, don't I? Am I using a database? Not yet. But you might be talking to Playing with Skizzers, so. For my stuff, I probably will end up using a database, but right now it's just a big JSON glob. So if it were moved to a database, I would offload this snapshotting to the database probably. right now it's being done by in each individual game object. So, for example, the players has a serialize, which is just making a huge JSON object for it. So you can envision that instead of implementing the players object in C++, if it were implemented in a database, the serialize would just tell the database, go make a snapshot somewhere. Or, you know, whatever databases do. I'm not really a database expert. So create a new game journal. Keep it simple, right? A new game journal is returned. That's all it's doing right now. So, snapshot. Let's write it to disk. Do I have a write JSON to file handy, or do I need to copy it from somewhere? Write JSON? Okay, there's one in the orchestrator. I guess we'll just steal it and put it here. And just put it here. Encode the given JSON value, write it to the given file. So I need to have a file, and I need to include JSON and file. Okay, we're set. So this is write JSON to file, snapshot file, snapshot. Snapshot file is what? Probably the same kind of path for now. Let's just store the last snapshot. So snapshot, let's change this one to be new journal file. New snapshot file for now. Mew! This is a name which... Okay, so this obviously is very temporary. New snapshot. Let's just call this new journal and new snapshot. Actually, you know what it's going to be is latest. And we're going to replace that with a serial number soon. This is the name to give the file in which new snapshots created by the executor component of the game will be stored. Yeah, okay. So this gets removed and replaced with make new journal. Actually, I don't even need that journal. Well, that'll work. I can do that. Okay, let's see it in action. Reserve, and then this will actually make snapshots as it replays the journal there. So I should be able to actually see the game snapshots now if I look at the file system. Where are you, file system? Here you are. It's the latest snapshot. There we go. There's the latest snapshot of the game. There's my configuration. Actually, if I tell it JSON, then can I collapse JSON? Ah, look at that, I can. So there's a configuration, there's the last index, the last term that snapshots have to have. And then here's all the emails in the queue. That didn't work. Players didn't work for some reason. I wonder why. Yeah, we should have 2 players in the game, shouldn't we? I can delete snapshot journal. Those files should never be created now, right? Let me get rid of them. So I have some bug in the snapshotting of player state that we'll have to fix now. Because I expected to see that there. I don't see any players. Where are my players? The tickets worked, though. There's one ticket in the game. All right. What could have happened to players? Oh, of course, Gelmega. Of course that was the right regular expression. I mean, you didn't know that, Forehead. See, of course, that's the right regex Forehead. Yeah, it doesn't really come across as something that we can understand on Twitch chat, does it? It just looks like a random bunch of backslashes with junk around it. Yeah, Jalmega's working on a language and the compiler for the language, and so he's dealing with a lot of string matching and manipulation, and regular expressions is one way to operate on strings in that way, like to search for patterns and replace patterns. And so that's an example of a very complex regular expression there. All right. Why is players not serialized? I want to know. So make snapshot players. We should be going to the snapshot state players serialize. And that should go here. Should just work. I don't know why it's not working. One question I have for myself is, do all the snapshots look the same? I have to click down here. JSON. Collapse config. Yeah, okay, that's also the same. How about this one? Collapse. Well, this one has a player in it. Okay, so sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And now you guys can see how I am better than Facebook. Look at that. It's not stored in the clear. Aren't you impressed? I'm not storing plain text passwords. Okay, so why would 12 have it and 11 not have it? Did this already forget? Oh, because I didn't pin it. Let's pin these files so I can say that it's JSON. You know, I should probably just modify my file settings, right? That would be a smart thing to do. There is a file for that, right? Where was that? VS Code, see this one right here. No, not that one. One of these. This one. Let's add to this, shall we? So, how does this work? Is it does it take globs? So like star dot snapshot is JSON. Can I do that? Let's see if that works. I'm just guessing. Yeah, it is pretty wild. Making compilers is really pretty advanced stuff. Stage. Now, does this work if I open a snapshot? Oh, look at that. It's not even pinned. Let me close everything. And I should be able to open my snapshots and see them in JSON. Nice. Okay, so the problem right now is that servers 11 and 10 and 11 don't have the players in the snapshot. 12 does. Actually, 12 only has one player, though. There are actually two players in the game. There are two players in the game. So Bob isn't showing up. Where does Bob get created? Log in, or create player. So at 18, Raimu gets created, and then 73, Bob gets created. 73 was included in a snapshot, right? Let me see. Yeah, it's snapshotted all the way down to 131, so what's going on? So 12 made snapshots where 10, 20, 116, 126, and then it stopped. And then what did 10 do? 10, 20, 30, 73. Is that a hint? Is it skipping that one? Maybe it's not including the last one. Maybe that's the problem. Snapshot down to 73. So what did 11 do? Oh yeah, okay, maybe that's a symptom, I think. So where did my account get created? 18. Well, you would think that when it snapshotted to 20 would have included it. No, that was 12. What's 10 go to? Yeah, it goes to 20. So why would it not include my account in there? I don't know. This is also wrong. That shouldn't be 0. Because no, maybe there weren't any mails queued. Do I have any queue mails? I do have some queue mails, so why is that not getting updated? Strange. Baffling. I'm actually also running out of time. Maybe I need to think about this one and study the code offline. Come up with a plan to fix this tomorrow. But I think I made good progress. I'm making snapshots. It's not crashing. Snapshots have some of the data. They just don't have all of it. And I'm not swapping out the journals and moving forward with serial number journals and snapshots yet. So that's probably going to be the plan for tomorrow. Yeah, so I'm gonna call it soon. So the plan for tomorrow is going to be find out why these snapshots are missing information. And then once I fix that, then I will have the journals and snapshots rotate, so to speak. So every time we make a new snapshot with journal, then we can retire the old one, and we'll have to track the serial numbers of like what the snapshots and journals are, and then what the latest serial number is. That'll actually improve things. When we start up the server, we'll always just skip to the latest journal and snapshot. Actually, you know, could I use symbolic links to make that even simpler? That's an idea. It'll be kind of difficult to make that work in Windows, but maybe on Linux it wouldn't be so bad. Idea. Use symbolic links for the game to find the latest journal snapshot. Because it could follow the link, get the target of the link to find that serial number, and then use that to compute the next serial number, and then just update the link. That way I don't have to have a separate file to track the latest serial number. Then if I wanted to restore from backup, it would just be as simple as changing the symbolic links, right? Yeah, I like that. I have both. Actually, I have all three. But the Mac is a MacBook. One of these days, I'm going to take that MacBook to the beach and stream from the beach. Then you'll know that for sure I have a MacBook. Because I'd be able to turn it around 360 and you would see I don't have anything other than the laptop. One of these days. See, for Windows and Linux, I have each machine. So I have a Cygwin X that I use to log into the Linux machine, and I'm normally developing on Windows. Okay, so actually this tells me the last index. I didn't look at that. What does it say on 12? It's a little bit behind, but that should match the last snapshot made. So 12 says the last index is 126. 12, yeah, 126. And then 11 said 134. Right. So those are correct. The term numbers are correct, right? Because those were in term... Actually, I have to look at the journal. So 134 was in term 22, is that correct? 134, term 22, okay. And what was 10 on? 131, which is term 21. Yeah, okay, so these are correct. This is incorrect because this number shouldn't be 0. This is definitely not correct. It doesn't have the latest players for some reason, and we don't know about this one. I mean, I only have one ticket. I'd have to create a second ticket and see if it gets added to the snapshot. All right. That's what I'm going to work on tomorrow. Fix that bug and get the journals to go rotate. I'm gonna go eat something, and we're gonna go raid someone. Who should we go raid? Okay. Oh Bother is going. I haven't raided him in a while. He's getting more and more popular. He's got 64 people viewing him. You want me to raid Schmeldiork instead? He's doing a silent stream though. I'd rather raid someone who has a camera and mic. I don't know, how strongly, Witzer, do you feel that I should raid Schmelliork versus Oh Bother? Who I'm more inclined to raid because he does interesting hardware stuff. He's reverse engineering a power supply unit right now. I hope you won't hate me if I raid him instead. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's up with Schmelly. He used to have a mic and use it, but nowadays he's like a silent streamer. I mean, his game is interesting. I should give a shout out to his stream. Hold on, let me do that. So if you guys don't like Oh Bother, the other one that is interesting to watch if you haven't seen it before is this one. How do I get this? Copy link location. So Schmelliork recommends seeing it if you haven't seen it before. He's working on a game in Godot, I believe, and it's a top-down RPG. But who we're gonna raid today is gonna be Oh Bother. I like him because he does hardware stuff. Right now he's looking at oscilloscope readout. He's reverse engineering a power supply unit. Don't try this at home, he says. Also, he's got a board on his wall that if you sub to his channel, an robotic controlled laser burns your name into that block of wood. So, fun guy. We're gonna go right here. Let me set the thing up. Here we go. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Yeah, sorry playing with Skizzers. I need to go eat something. Be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so that's 1700 hours UTC. In the meantime, have fun. Have a good day. Bye. Bye-bye.